Okay.
Unless there's like another person.
The
involved.
laws are something else.
Okay, it's still the two. I don't know where I put my,
Yeah.
who are the two? Oh, Mr. Dent, come on. Scott, okay. Seemed responsible, reliable folks.
Print it out.
All right. Whoop. That was me. I'm good. All right. Ms. Rivers, you ready to get on the record? Let's do that. In State versus Lawson, it's 24 SC 003-886. It is Tuesday, the 4th of February, and we are getting close to starting the trial. We picked a jury yesterday. I think we're 2 jurors short right now. So 1 juror short now. Did Mr. Dent showed or he's missing? He showed. All right, we're missing Miss Scott. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here and being on time. Ms. Beza, anything we need to talk about before the jurors come in?
Briefly,
Mhm.
thought about it after I left court yesterday. The defense attorney served a text message that the defendant allegedly sent to the victim. And the state wanted to object if the defense, which she said she wasn't, was going to reference the text message in opening statements, as this text message is self-serving hearsay. The state is not going to introduce this text message as a statement by a party opponent. We're not going to introduce this message through Tunisia.
It's a text between the alleged victim and Mr. Lawson?
It's just his words though.
Okay,
So it is just his side of the text message.
okay,
So it's the state's argument that this would be self-serving hearsay if A, they introduce it in opening statements, or even B, if they try to introduce it through Tunisia, it would still be self-serving hearsay.
it would need to come in because Mr. Lawson elected to testify.
If, and they don't have a burden.
Nope.
If he elected to testify, that's the only way that it could come in from the state's review of the law.
Okay, can I see the text, please?
Can I approach?
You may. Thank you.
And your phone on silent. Watch it.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
No, tell me first.
Because I got the whole text message.
No, you don't need to say anything
Okay.
because that's an issue.
Because I got.
Printing. I'm printing. Take some notes on your, this, if that's okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I told them I wanted to do. The last I checked, it was only 5.
Oh, okay.
Can you see if yours reports? I can go run down the.
Who did the warrants?
Yeah, I got the reports.
Okay. So anything else from the state? We've got a few minutes while we wait. Our last juror, we found her. She's on the shuttle. So we have a few minutes before we get started. So we'll talk about this. We're going to talk about the traumatic brain injury situation and Officer Farrell's park incident. Anything else you think we need to talk about at this point?
No, no.
Okay, Ms. Beza, Ms. Rios, anything that you want to add to that list? Or Ms. Feely?
We do want to do a continuing objection to the prior difficulties, so we don't have to keep interrupting.
Okay.
And just, we will be objecting if there's anything outside of what the prior difficulties notice was.
So you have a continuing objection to the concept of prior difficulties, but you will need to interject if you feel like things are straying beyond, one, the things you got notice of, not that you're entitled to notice, but we did get notice and we had a discussion and I tried to describe the contours that I felt were admissible under 404B and 403. And so if you think we're straying from that, feel free to object. And I think as we navigate that, both sides will get a sense of, oh, actually, it is okay under my ruling, not necessarily in appellate courts, to go in this direction versus that direction.
And the only other thing was, after looking at some more stuff, I think we're not going to object to officer for L. Farrell's. We're not going to go into his conduct unbecoming an officer. I think this isn't the trial for it.
Okay. I don't think it's a trial for it. I also don't know that it will come in unless he opened the door by, through the state trying to emphasize some character of him for which that was relevant. I don't think that specific instances of conduct that are not convictions they wouldn't come in under 609, and so it would have to be 608 through which it would be admitted. And specific instances of conduct are used to attack or support a specific character trait that a side has emphasized. What is Officer Farrell's character for truthfulness or for keeping his clothes on in a park or whatever it would be? Then I think you would be entitled to get into a non-criminal conviction specific instance. But you're not going there. So we'll take that one off the table.
I apologize, Your Honor. I thought the defense was going to bring this up. I do have one picture in my opening that I showed them. They said they were going to object to it. So I didn't know if they were still objecting.
Okay. It is a picture of what?
The living room. So the living room, the crime scene photos that we had, everything's disheveled, blood everywhere. It's a demonstrative photo of the living room, how it was prior to the disarray. So the victim, so there's not chairs in the living room, there's not blood all over the floor.
It lets the juror see on a normal evening, what did the living room look like at that apartment on Walcom Hall Road?
Yeah, on that evening prior to, it wasn't taken the same day.
Yeah, it's on the
but generally that is how they were.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Rios, no objection?
Just discussed it.
Okay, great. So feel free to use that photo. So the traumatic brain injury, Ms. McCrary knows about it first, just so I can get some of the facts surrounding it. It involves a situation that happened before Mr. Lawson and Ms. McCrary were in a relationship.
Yes.
So it was a pre-existing condition for him in his relationship with Ms. McCrary.
Yes.
All right. Ms. McCrary's knowledge of that situation is through things that Mr. Lawson told her about it, or would they go to doctor's appointments together and she would hear doctors talk about things?
I know that she tried, his conservator was his ex-wife for a while, and I know Ms. McCrary tried to become his conservator, and Fulton Courts wouldn't allow it because they weren't married. So I imagine she must have gained some knowledge through that process as well.
Okay. So it's more problematic for her to talk about it if it's based on what doctors said than Mr. Lawson. It's also problematic if when I say problematic, I mean simply, I think there are reasons that she shouldn't talk about it, or other witnesses, if their basis for knowing it is a doctor told me, or there's sort of two levels of hearsay, one of which would be cured because it came from Mr. Lawson. But if Mr. Lawson said to Ms. McCrary, I had a wound to my anterior lobe, he would know that because a doctor told him. And that's not something that I think Ms. McCrary ought to be relaying to the jury, because she knows it, because Lawson knows it, because a doctor said that. As opposed to, he told me he had a real serious injury and I've seen these symptoms flowing from it. I think that is something that could be relevant if it explains conduct that the jury might not otherwise understand, that is a byproduct of the injury. Like you mentioned, the slurred speech. If that's something that happens with no alcohol involved, and Ms. McCrary knows that because she's observed it, and Mr. Lawson has said, hey, I had this real serious injury, and because of that, sometimes my speech is slurred. I think she can talk about that, and I think that's relevant. What cannot happen here, because there isn't an expert in the mix who's going to talk about it, would be any argument from the defense. It wouldn't be an opening, but it would be in closing, when it's sort of too late to then bring in witnesses to address it, that Mr. Lawson was unable to control his behavior because of the traumatic brain injury. That's not properly before anyone, and that's not what you've said. But if the door opens to being able to ask witnesses questions about, well, did Mr. Lawson's behavior ever seem different from an average person's behavior? And then was that explained to you by Mr. Lawson that, well, because of the traumatic brain injury? That would explain slurred speech. It wouldn't explain, oh, and you know what, sometimes he loses it and he blacks out and he'll beat someone, but he's not criminally responsible for that because of the traumatic brain injury. Don't go there, because there is no medical expert saying traumatic brain injury equals loss of criminal responsibility for choking, pushing, shoving, punching, or anything like that. It would be much more so on the, when things are good and people aren't having an argument, sometimes Mr. Lawson might exhibit certain behaviors or do things in a certain way that he has explained to Ms. McCrary are a byproduct of the traumatic brain injury. I don't think that's objectionable. I'm going to hear from Ms. Beza, but I'm going to limit it to that. And we would need to have a discussion outside the presence of the jury if you thought that it could go further than that.
And I was planning on using the card that we showed to the state yesterday. She had custody of that card, is my understanding, and wouldn't give it back to him. And so I guess she could deny that she's seen it before, but I expect that she will be familiar with that card.
And the card says what?
I have a traumatic brain injury. Please see the other side. And the other side explains.
The other side says what?
I have slurred speech. I have just the different things that come with his traumatic brain injury.
Okay,
So
but
just
not,
on-
I may occasionally punch you in the face and I didn't mean to do it, or I'll get angry faster than someone else.
I think that's the issue. And obviously I'm coming onto this case super, super late, but we didn't raise NGRI.
No, you didn't.
And it's because we believe he's factually innocent. So it wasn't, that's the, I guess, theory that we're operating under.
Okay.
I'm happy to show this to the state again if the court wants to see it as well.
I would like to see it, and you can show it to the state, but they've seen it and they can see it again. If you could bring it up to me, we'll work through that and this text. Thank you. Who is Andre Golden? Oh, the gentleman in court. All right, I know him, meaning I've seen him from yesterday.
I think since we're going to need to write doing her now, I'll take Larry. I think I can. You don't think we're gonna put him out?
Okay. Ms. Beza, if you want to come get this so you can see it.
I saw it yesterday.
Right.
And Ms. Crutchfield will make the argument for the state.
Okay. So my thought, and I will hear from you, Ms. Crutchfield, my thought, having read the back of the card, which includes phrases like may have difficulty controlling anger, et cetera, is that the card could come into play if, well, I need to hear from the state on whether there should be any mention of TBI at all. I think it is okay in the space that I've described. The back of the card exceeds the boundaries of that space because it mentions I could get angry sometimes and it's not my fault because it's not those words, but it said because of my traumatic brain injury, I could be quick to anger or get angry, not control myself. And that's not properly before a jury without medical experts and a chance for the other side to have their own expert in the mix. So where I see the card potentially being admissible is the wrong word, but it would be if Ms. McCrary says, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about a traumatic brain injury. Mr. Lawson never said anything about that. Then you could confront her with that card to say, have you ever seen this before? This card that he carries about a traumatic brain injury. And she could look at it. And if that doesn't refresh her recollection, you've done what you can with it. I mean, that's that risk you said you run, that she could say, I've never seen that before. And you may be able to call witnesses that would later undercut her denial of recognizing the card, but the card wouldn't become part of evidence. It would be inappropriate, I think, right now, from what I've heard, for any witness, to include your client or Mr. Golden, to share with the jury what it says on the back. What the jury can hear would be Ms. McCrary's responses to questions like, well, and didn't he explain to you, or didn't you notice that sometimes his speech is slurred, having nothing to do with alcohol or anything like that. That type of connection I'm comfortable with, but that card is a too slippery slope because of some of the entries on it,
Understood.
I think. Given that ruling, Ms. Crutchfield, is there something more you want to add? Now's the time.
Your Honor, the state would object to any mention of the purported traumatic brain injury due to relevance. OCGA 244401 says the standard for evidence is having the tendency to make the existence of any fact of consequence more or less probable. The defendant has not alleged that this purported traumatic brain injury is a defense to the indicted charges of aggravated assault or battery, and if he plans to, it will be a violation of his notice of defense. And furthermore, according to Sample v. Lipscomb, 18 Georgia 554, relevant evidence is evidence that tends to prove or disprove a material fact that's at issue in this case. The assumption is that the defendant will argue that he was not actually drunk on the date of the incident, but his perceived drunkenness was this purported traumatic brain injury. However, that is immaterial to the fact in question that the defendant strangled, hit Ms. McCrary. It also is immaterial to what led to the assault in question, whether Ms. McCrary refused to allow the defendant to take or drive her car. Whether or not he was actually drunk still will not authorize him to hit, strangle, or to take her car. Furthermore, I spoke to Ms. McCrary and she said that he was unequivocally drunk, not because of his slurring, but he smelled of alcohol and he was stumbling. If the traumatic brain injury is entered into evidence, it is only to garner sympathy from the jury and is not relevant under 401.
Okay. I thought the reason this was brought up was not for the night in question. If Ms. McCrary testifies to the things you say, it makes it not particularly relevant. I thought it related more to the kind of vague and long-running prior difficulties of he was often drunk and they had ugly arguments and he would call her names. I understood the relevance to be in addressing that there could be instances where he wasn't, but he has I'm gonna call it a speech impediment because of the traumatic brain injury. And that seemed marginally relevant, but it's an on or off. It's either relevant or it's not. But I'm comfortable saying we stay away from the TBI in connection with the night in question if Ms. McCrary's testimony is what you described, because again, it would be offering up a medical defense for which then your side would have been entitled to get experts, et cetera, to push back on this notion that the TBI in any way explained or justified the night in question. When it was brought to my attention yesterday, I thought it was much more in the context of the long-running relationship and the state's allegation that there was sort of a never-ending stream of he'd get drunk and be verbally abusive. I thought there it did have some relevance. And Ms. McCrary might say, no, I know the difference. And I know when he was slurring his speech and calling me a bad name when he wasn't drunk and when he was actually drunk and called me a bad name. I didn't like either one of them. But that's sort of context specific to what Ms. McCrary has to say. Okay? But let me pivot back to the defense. Am I misunderstanding how you intended to explore the injury with Ms. McCrary? Because I see a pretty bright line divide in the same way that the defense ought not to get into, hey, doesn't that card say that the traumatic brain injury is the only reason why you get angry with people? That's not properly before the jury. Similarly, I didn't think that that was going to be used to explain or justify the allegations of that night, because you're saying factually innocent, it didn't happen. Then it's not relevant to the defense, but it also would be getting into an area where I think there should have been notice that, wait, we're going to justify or explain that it was almost a competency issue.
I think the courts, we'll see how her testimony goes, and we may have to reconvene on this, but
Okay.
I think that's pretty much how we were going to do it.
Well, more importantly, assuming some of it comes in, the defense's argument at the end of trial shouldn't be, again, hey, that night in question, you shouldn't hold Mr. Lawson responsible for it because of the traumatic brain injury.
We're definitely not going there.
Okay. All right. That's the main thing I want to guard against. The text. What is the defense response to it's sufficiently self-serving? That's the correct statement of the law, that a defendant's self-serving statement cannot come in the face of a hearsay objection other than through the defendant. I think that is a correct statement of the law. I've read the text and I don't see how it would come in through someone else. But I guess Ms. McCrary could end up saying something where I never received a text from Mr. Lawson ever. Well, this would impeach that. I don't know, you could get into the contents of it so much, but say, well, what's this? Oh, yeah, that's a text from Mr. Lawson. But if you get into the physical, mental, and emotional abuse, it's too much for me. That is Mr. Lawson saying, I'm the victim, you're the perpetrator. That needs to come out of Mr. Lawson's mouth and not out of Ms. McCrary's mouth, I believe.
I think part of the cross is going to be you knew that this relationship was ending, and I think she'll confirm that. But if she doesn't, we could impeach her with we got text messages.
Well, and if part of the way you're impeaching her is just presenting to her to just refresh your recollection, and if you want to let me and the state know, hey, I'm only going to read this sentence instead of solving the problem, you create another problem. Just picking that one out. I see less of an issue with that, especially if the testimony had been, yeah, we argued back and forth. It wasn't just that I, Ms. McCrary, am an angel and I never push back. And if she's resisting that, then that might be something that would come in. But writ large, this is what I would describe as self-serving. I don't mean that in a pejorative sense. It may be true, but that truth or not would need to come in through Mr. Lawson testifying. And then this might come in as a prior consistent statement if in cross-examination he was his credibility was attacked. Okay, so just when it's time to use this, we should talk about how it's going to be used, and it certainly shouldn't be slapped up on a screen wholesale. All right, Ms. Beza, you okay with where we sit now with the text?
Yes, Your Honor.
So to recap, we're not getting into Officer Farrell's tryst in the park and the traumatic brain injury as a fact can come in, as in it happened, and Ms. McCrary was aware of it, and some of the basic aspects of it caused slurred speech, et cetera. Your phone needs to not go off while the jury's in here, okay? If it does, I'm gonna have Deputy Gordon hold on to it till the end of the day. Okay? Thank you. And I was speaking to Mr. Lawson for the record. I think all our jurors are here. Ms. Beza, anything else before I bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. I'm just going to share my screen to test the PowerPoint, but it'll be off by the time they come
That's
in.
fine. Ms. Rios, anything else before the jury comes in?
No, Your Honor.
So I plan to bring them in. I will swear them in and then give them some preliminary instructions. And once those are over, we'll pivot straight to the openings. Good. Let's bring them in.
Where were you gonna use the warrant?
Dickerson.
Okay. Some time, because Brittany should be bringing it.
Do you want this back? I don't know if this is your only
Yeah,
copy.
it's
You- Okay. I'll put it right here. You can come
Okay.
in.
Coming in, so you might need to.
Apparently Deputy Gordon is giving them preliminary instructions. And we can.
All right, adjourned.
Nope, any seat. We'll talk about that in a minute. Head on down.
I'll do the president of the county board.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Good morning. Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
Appreciate most of you being on time, but all of you being here because we cannot conduct any business unless all 14 of you are here. So you are soon going to learn each other's numbers so you can be calling. Where are you? Let's go. But we are ready to begin the trial of State versus Larry Lawson. You sat through the jury selection process yesterday, and today we will begin with the presentation of the evidence. In a moment, I'm going to have you stand up to administer a different oath, the juror oath. Yesterday you were potential jurors. Today you are actual jurors. But I want to talk a little bit about logistics first. We will go from 9-ish. You'll start as soon as all 14 of you are here to 5-ish each day. There's not a hard stop as in the sense a bell goes off and we all run out. As we get close to 5, I'll check with whatever lawyer is asking questions of whatever witness to say, how much more time do you need? And if the lawyer has been credible in her time estimates and says, I need 15 more minutes, we might go to 5:10 just so that we end at a natural break point. We finish with that witness, so maybe that witness doesn't need to come back. But you should be communicating to Deputy Gordon if any of you has a hard stop. Like if I don't leave by 5, my kid's going to be on the curb at school, and we will certainly respect that. But it'll be sort of a flexible stop time. When it comes to deliberations, we'll go as late as you want to go on whatever day we start our deliberations. But for the days of taking and receiving evidence, that's pretty much 9 to 5. There will be most days a break in the morning, definitely a lunch break. It will not be 2 hours like group 3 had yesterday. It'll be about an hour, and then we'll have an afternoon break. Those are our structured breaks. There are also breaks whenever one of you needs one. If we reach a point and you're just losing focus, like this witness has been really boring, or this was difficult testimony, I need to clear my head, then we will stop. You just need to signal me or Deputy Gordon, and we will take your break. Those can happen whenever you need them. I'll talk in a little bit later. There may be some other unscheduled breaks because of legal issues that arise. It is very important that you not talk about the case until you begin your deliberations. You're going to have a lot of time together when we're taking breaks, et cetera, or when 12 of you are here, but not all 14 in the morning. And you can talk about anything you want. You don't have to talk to each other if you don't want to. Just don't talk about the case. You don't have any evidence yet. And at the end of the day, you'll have some of the evidence. And at the close of the evidence, you'll have all of the evidence, but you still won't have the law. It's not until you've received all the evidence and I've instructed you on the law that you should start as a group talking about the case. So pick any other topic. There are a lot out there. Just don't be talking about the case. Last logistical thing, and then I'm going to swear you in. As you are circulating in the building during a break or whatnot, 2 things. One, that hallway outside the jury room is your temporary hallway while you're here. So if you want to make a phone call or actually see daylight way down at the end of the hallway, there's some windows. You should feel free to fan out along the hallway. Just use kind of library voices in that hallway because there are a couple other judges down the hall in their chambers and they'll come yell at me about my loud jurors. But there's nothing wrong with being in that hall. Like I said, if you take a call way down at the end, you don't have to stay cloistered in the jury room. When you are circulating in the building because it's lunchtime or a break, you might just out of happenstance bump into one of the lawyers. They'll be in the building as well. If that happens, they're going to act like you're radioactive and don't think that they're socially awkward. They're fine people. They're not supposed to interact with you outside the 4 walls of the courtroom. You can imagine what it would look like if you're having a wonderful conversation with Ms. Beza and Ms. Rios turns the corner and sees 3 jurors and Ms. Beza having a conversation. That's not what should happen. And Ms. Beza knows that, Ms. Rios knows that. And so they might get off an elevator that you get on just because they shouldn't have contact with you outside of court. Because anything lawyer X says to you all, or to any of you, lawyer Y ought to be able to hear it so that if there's a concern about it, I can be brought into the mix. So don't be put off if they say, I can't give you a lunch recommendation, because they just shouldn't interact in that way at all outside of court. All right. Last thing about seating, because someone asked. There are no assigned seats. In fact, I encourage you, and will probably rib you a little bit if you don't, to move about, not in the middle of the trial, but when the next break occurs, unless you need a particular seat because you need to stand up and stretch, or for vision reasons, whatever, you need to be in a spot, get a different seat every once in a while. You will literally see a different trial. The witnesses are going to be right here. And the 6 of you are going to see those witnesses a little better than the 8 of you. And so you ought to take turns as to who's going to sit where. Don't be possessive with the seat, because someone else may want to be in the back every once in a while just to be a little further away from the judge. But again, if there is a reason why you need a particular spot, own it and just let your colleagues know. But otherwise, I encourage you to shuffle around. All right, now, if you would all stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try the issue formed by the indictment that is between the state of Georgia and Larry Lawson, who is charged with aggravated assault and battery, and give a true verdict according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm. Yes. Does anyone not so swear or affirm? Okay, thank you. You are now officially jurors, and I'm going to give you a few operating instructions before the lawyers get up in front of you to give opening statements. First thing I want to talk about is note taking. You all should have notepads. You are welcome to take notes. You are not required to take notes. There's no quiz at the end, but you will be deliberating, and that will involve you remembering what was said by witnesses, what was argued by the lawyers. There's not a replay button. When you're back in deliberations, you can ask, you can send me a note saying, hey, could we have a transcript of John Doe's testimony? And I'll write a note saying, remember, I told you, you don't get transcripts of witnesses' testimony. If there's an exhibit that's admitted, let's say there's a picture of an apartment, that will be with you during your deliberation. So you don't need to try to draw the picture in your notes. But if John Doe says it was a dark and stormy night, and you think that's important, and you think I might not remember it, you are welcome to write that down, but you are not required to take notes. They are meant to be a memory aid. If during deliberations, you remember something because it's up in your head that John Doe said it was a dark and non-stormy night, and someone else in her note says, no, he said it was a stormy night, you can choose to be persuaded because it was written down, but you don't need to give someone else's notes any more precedence over your own recollection of what John Doe said about the character of the night. Your note should remain private until you begin your deliberations. So those are your thoughts and recordations of what people said. When you're deliberating, you're free to say, no, look, I wrote this down, or I did this sketch and this helped me think about what the person was talking about. But you don't share the contents with your colleagues until you're deliberating. And finally, your notes will remain private at the end of the trial. They will be shredded. They don't become part of the record. So if you write down that judge is a windbag, I will never see that. It will get shredded. It's okay. It doesn't go up on the internet or anything like that. So use the notepads if they're helpful. Mr. Lawson is charged in this indictment with 2 crimes. Crimes are violations of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you now what's in the indictment. This document will be with you during your deliberations. So don't worry, it's legalese, the way you have to charge things. It's going to sound kind of stilted. You're welcome to write it down, but this document will be with you during your deliberations. Count 1 alleges that the accused, Mr. Lawson, in Fulton County, on the 7th day of September 2022, did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Kenesha McCrary by applying pressure to the neck of Kenesha McCrary with his forearm, which, when used offensively against a person, is likely to result in strangulation. Said person, meaning Ms. McCrary, and the accused, meaning Mr. Lawson, being parents of the same child. Count 2 charges Mr. Lawson with family violence battery. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on that same date, September 7th, 2022, Mr. Lawson did intentionally cause swelling and a bloody lip, visible bodily harm to Kenesha McCrary, who is the parent of a child of the accused, and that he did so by hitting her in the face and head. Ladies and gentlemen, these allegations are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence or even an implication of guilt. It's the way the state brings charges. Mr. Lawson has entered a plea of not guilty. Actually see it on the indictment. It says not. He signed it. His lawyer, one of his lawyers has signed it. One of the prosecutors signed it. Mr. Lawson sits before you with the presumption of innocence in his favor. And that presumption remains with him unless and until the state overcomes that presumption with evidence that is sufficient to convince each of you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Lawson is guilty of one or both of the crimes charged. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'll be telling you at the end of the trial what the elements of aggravated assault are and what the elements of family violence battery are. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. There will not be a point where a whistle blows and then I turn to Ms. Rios and say, oh, the state's met its burden. Now you better come up with something. You will be deciding when all is said and done whether the state met that burden. This does not mean, however, that the state has to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. The state's burden is to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that term, reasonable doubt, means literally what it says. It's a doubt that's based on common sense or reason. It's not a vague, arbitrary, or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason, and that reason arises from your careful consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. The defendant, as I've mentioned, who's presumed innocent, bears no burden of proof. If at the end of the trial, you've thought carefully about the case, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind, you would be authorized to convict the defendant of one or both of the crimes charged. The basic structure of a criminal trial like this one is that in a few moments, the lawyers will be given an opportunity to present what we call an opening statement. This is a preview of what the lawyers think the evidence will be. You'll hear them say, the evidence will show, the evidence will show. They are forecasting that witness X is going to say this and witness Y is going to say that. It's not evidence itself. It's like a weather forecast. It's going to rain. You decide whether it in fact rained and if the witnesses said these things. But it's perfectly appropriate for the lawyers to let you know up front, here's how the pieces are going to fit together. So it makes sense when this witness walks in, oh, I know who that is. That's that one the lawyer told me about. The defense, because they have no burden, don't have to give an opening statement. I suspect they will, but I may turn to Ms. Rios and say, do you want to give an opening statement? She may say, nope, we're good. And they are good because there is no burden on the defense to do anything. When the openings are done, I will turn to Ms. Beza and ask her to call her first witness. She'll say, Jane Rowe, come on in. When that witness is sworn in and answers her first question, you will have received your first bit of evidence. What witnesses say is testimony. It's sworn testimony, and that's evidence, and you can consider that as evidence. What the lawyers ask is not evidence. So a lawyer may say, isn't it true that it was raining that night? If the witness says, nope, then you shouldn't think, gosh, it must have been raining because the lawyer asked if it was raining. The only evidence you receive from that interaction is that that witness said it wasn't raining. Now the lawyer may then say, well, look at this picture of you standing outside the house. It's pouring rain. You got some issues with that witness, but what the lawyers say is not evidence. The other form of evidence you'll receive, besides witness testimony, will be the physical exhibits, pictures, article of clothing, or who knows what. All that, as I mentioned, will go back into the jury room with you. When the state is done, at some point, I'll ask Ms. Beza, call your next witness. And she'll say, Judge, the state rests. That means they have presented all the evidence in their case in chief. And I will turn to, actually, then we'll take a break, but after that break is over, because we have to have some legal discussions, I'll turn to Ms. Rios and say, Ms. Rios, call your first witness. She may call a witness. She may say, Judge, the defense rests. Again, perfectly normal and perfectly acceptable because the defense has no burden. They don't need to call any witnesses. They have the absolute right and ability to do so, but they're not required to. At some point, Ms. Rios will say, the defense rests. Like I said, it could be the first time I say, call your first witness. It could be after they call a bunch of witnesses. Once the defense has rested, then the evidence is closed. And we turn back to the lawyers so they can give what are called closing arguments or summations. The lawyers will get back in front of you. Now they're going to argue to you. They're not going to say, I think the evidence is going to show this. They're going to say, here's what the state proved. Here's why you should convict. And the defense attorney is going to say, here's conflicts in the evidence. Here's why there's reasonable doubt. These witnesses weren't credible, whatever the arguments are. And you should feel free to be persuaded by these presentations, but keep in mind, they are not evidence. A lawyer could say 10 times in a row, it was dark in that room. You know it was because I'm telling you, but you decide whether it was dark in that room. And there may be pictures showing it was dark. There may be pictures saying it wasn't dark. There may be a conflict in the evidence where 3 witnesses said it was really bright in the room and 2 witnesses said it was really dark in the room. That's something that you all resolve. That's why we have trials. So you sort out what the facts are. When the closing arguments are done, I will give you more specific legal instructions about your role as deliberating jurors and the elements of these two offenses, aggravated assault and family violence battery. After you get that legal instruction, then you retire to the jury room to begin for the first time your deliberations, where you openly discuss the case and your thoughts about whether the state met its burden. During the course of the trial, the lawyers are free to object if they think that a question is improper or will elicit evidence that ought not to come before you. You've seen this on TV, someone objects, this whole court's out of order, that kind of thing. I don't think we'll get that kind of objection, but someone will say, objection, hearsay, objection, speculation. My job when confronted with an objection is to rule on it. I may sustain an objection, which is saying, you're right. And so a lawyer who was asking that question, you need to ask a different question or move away from that topic. Or I may overrule the objection, which means, nope, I disagree with you. That question was okay. Ask that question again, and I'll tell the witness, it's okay for you to answer that question. My rulings on these objections and any motions we may have, and more on motions in a moment, should be viewed by you all as simply a legal decision and not a conclusion that, wow, this side is doing better than the other side, or this witness isn't very credible, or anything like that. Nothing I say during this trial should be interpreted by you as a comment on the strength or weakness of either side's case, the credibility or lack of credibility of a witness. I'm simply trying to regulate the proceedings and apply Georgia law as questions come up. I mentioned motions. Every once in a while, and these will be much less frequent if they happen at all, than objections, a lawyer may stand up and say, Judge, I have a motion. You should hear that as we get a bonus break, because a motion is usually something where they need to talk openly about something that you ought not to hear about until I've ruled on it. Because I may, because of my ruling, say we can't get into that. But the lawyers need to say, here's what I want to get into. And if they said that in front of you, they've gotten into it in front of you. And it's hard sometimes to unring bells. Speaking of unringing bells, there may come a time where I tell you to disregard something that was heard. And you may think, Judge, that's a silly exercise. I heard that guy say the car was blue. I can't force myself to forget it. And we don't have the Men in Black pen that you look into and shoot, you don't remember it anymore. If it was essential to something you're going to decide in this case that gets blurted out and I say you need to disregard it, you're actually going to hear from one of the lawyers, I have a motion, and it's going to be a motion for a mistrial. And it happens, it's seldom, but it happens that someone says something in a trial that they weren't supposed to, and we cannot unring that bell, and we have to thank you for your service, and we have to start all over again. That's a depressing moment, and the lawyers are going to do their best to avoid that. I don't think this is that kind of case, but we'll see what happens. But every once in a while, there is a peripheral thing that is said that's not appropriate for you to hear. The car is blue, and maybe that person's speculating, or the only way he knows the car is blue is someone told him, so it's hearsay. And the lawyer will say, objection, hearsay. I sustain it. And I'll say, move to strike. I'll say, you all should disregard what he said about the color of the car. If you wrote it down, you should cross it out. If you're deliberating and someone said, hey, that guy said the car was blue, play police person and say, we're not supposed to consider that the car is blue. I promise you that whatever it was that I told you to disregard, if that's the way I'm remedying it, it's not going to be central to your deliberations. But legally, it's appropriate for me to tell you, ignore what you just heard. You have a role in this as well. We've talked about the lawyers who object and they present evidence, etc. I have to rule on those things. You are the fact finders. You are deciding what happened on September 7th, 2022, if anything happened at all. You will be applying the law that I give you to the facts that you find, and you determine the facts from your consideration of the evidence, witness testimony, and the physical exhibits. In doing this, you will necessarily be deciding the credibility or believability of the witnesses who appear before you. And in doing that, you're free to consider all the evidence you've already heard, the other circumstances of the case, the manner in which a witness testifies, by which I mean maybe when the witness is being asked questions by one side, the witness is looking you all in the eyes and being real engaging. And the moment the questions get hard from the other side, the witness starts to and make that and turn away from you all. That may say to you something about the credibility of that witness, but you'll be making those decisions. You're also free to consider the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Now, in fulfilling this role of fact finder, you may from time to time have a question that's not answered by the questions of the lawyers. And the way we address this is not for you during the break to get on your cell phone and look something up. I'm going to tell you every time we take a break, no outside research. It will be a direct violation of my explicit and repeated instruction to you all to get online and look something up. If you have a question when a witness is done testifying, you get to write it down on one of those note cards. You see there are 3 stacks of them there, and we will replenish those stacks. You write your question down. You don't have to put your name on it. Just say, what color was the car? And I'll collect those cards at the end of each witness's testimony from all of you. I'll meet with the lawyers so they can object, because in the same way that a lawyer could ask an objectionable question, you might as well. Every legally proper question, I will ask the witness. So if you're dying to know what color the car was because the lawyers didn't ask, or maybe you just missed it, I didn't pay attention to that one, write it down and I will ask the witness, and that way the question will get answered. No online research. You also should draw no conclusions or inferences if you write a question down and it doesn't get asked. All that means is it wasn't a proper question. Not, oh, I found something important here. Like, that's not a question that a lawyer could ask either. When your questions, if there are any, are posed after they are posed to a witness, the lawyers will get a chance to follow up. They are often intrigued by and surprised by your questions, and it opens up a new vista that they are entitled to explore with the witness as well. I've mentioned it before, but it's important that you pay close attention to what's happening. There is no rewind button. So if at any point you can't hear or see, let me know. We'll stop. We'll adjust cameras. Does this screen have anything on it? No? Okay. I'm going to ask Deputy Gordon to turn it on. It should have what the other big screen has. But if at some point you can't hear because a witness is soft-spoken, let me know. We'll get that person to speak up. And if you need a break because we just have taken too long, or you just need to walk down the hallway 3 times, let me know and we will pause so that you can remain focused. It's important that you consider the evidence with an open mind and resist the temptation to begin deciding the case before you've heard everything. You may hear from witness 1 from the state and say, that was persuasive. I think I know what happened here. You don't. In part because you don't even know what the elements of aggravated assault are. It may be that you think, gosh, it sure sounds like there was a tough confrontation between these 2 people. But if the element of aggravated assault is that a machete has to be involved and you haven't heard anything about a machete, then you're making your mind up about something that wouldn't even fit the elements of the law. So resist the temptation to start crafting your opinion before you've heard all the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and my instruction on the law. A corollary to the no outside research on a device, your phone, a computer, or whatever, is that you should not talk about this case with people outside your group. So when you go home for the day and someone in your household says, how was your day? You need to be very circumspect. It was great. It was boring. And pick an adjective and then say, how was your day? And shift it to that. Because very well-meaning people might say, if you said, yeah, there was this strange thing, this witness said this, I didn't know what that word meant. And that person can say, oh, I know what it means. I was in a trial once. That means X. And in that trial, it may have meant that. In this trial, it might mean something entirely different. And if you were confused by it, you'd write the question down on one of those cards and we'd have the witness explain, what did you mean by that word? Or what does that term mean? Don't engage with others about it. That means don't get on social media saying, I'm in a criminal trial right now. Because well-meaning people are going to say, oh, if it's in Fulton, that means this is going to happen or that's going to happen. When the trial is done, if you want to write a book or sing a song or do whatever, you can. There's nothing confidential about what happened here once it's over. But between now and whatever verdict you arrive at, you need to stay in a little bit of an information bubble so that you're not getting information outside the 4 walls of this courtroom. Is it working? What's on it? Anything?
No signal.
No signal. Okay. Ms. Nelson, can you reach out to IT and let them know that the monitor above the witness stand is not working? Thank you. We're going to go forward anyway because we got one big screen, and I think we'll be all right. But we'll see if we can get that working.
This great.
Just pushing it in hard. They'll come and check it out. Are there any of you jurors who cannot see the one screen that's working? Because I think at least one of the lawyers is going to use a PowerPoint, so there may be some things that you want to see while it's there. We'll work fast to get that other monitor working. All right. That concludes my instructions to you all. I'm going to turn now to Ms. Beza to see if she has an opening statement she wants to give. Looks like she does.
Stop. Get off my mom. Get off my mom. Stop. Those were the words of 12-year-old Carmen McCrary as she yelled at this defendant, Larry Lawson, as he pinned her mother to the ground in the living room of their shared apartment. Her words, stop, get off my mom. Those were the words of Carmen McCrary as she saw with her own eyes the defendant's forearm pressed against her mother's neck as her mother lay on her back in the living room of their shared apartment, fighting the defendant off of her while he was on top of her. Stop. Get off my mom. These were the events that happened on September 7th of 2022 at 5100 Welcome All Road, apartment C7 here in Fulton County. During this attack, the defendant repeatedly punched Ms. Kenesia McCrary in the face and side of her head, hit her repeatedly, busting her lip open, and then pinned her against the ground, striking her with his forearm against her neck. This is what happened September 7th of 2022. Who is Kenesia McCrary? You are going to hear from Kenesia McCrary. You are going to hear the basis of why the defendant is charged in this indictment with aggravated assault and battery family violence. This case is about power and control. The power and control the defendant exerted over Kenesia McCrary during the relationship. The power and control he exerted by verbal abuse and by one other occasion of physical abuse where he pinned her down on a bed. But she stayed. Who is she? Currently, she's 34 years old. She's a mother of 3. You heard about the 12-year-old at the time who was about 15 now. She has an 8-year-old that was at the time about 10 now. And the defendant and Kenesia share a 2-year-old son, Aiden. She's a daughter and a sister. She met the defendant in 2018 at work, and they started dating in 2019. You're going to hear through the testimony of Kenesia McCrary some prior difficulties with the law's called, prior difficulties that has happened between the defendant and Ms. McCrary. Throughout the relationship, she would testify that the defendant was verbally abusive to her, calling her a bitch, calling her his ex-wife's name. That might not mean anything to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, but he used it offensively to shame her. She'll tell you how that made her feel for him constantly calling her his ex-wife's name. He didn't like his ex-wife. You're gonna hear about an incident in the summer of 2021. It was a driving incident that stood out in Ms. McCurry's mind. This driving incident is indicative of this power and control that the defendant exerted over her. They were at the store, Sam's Club, just shopping. Someone tried to talk, another man tried to talk to Ms. McCrary. The defendant got angry. Ms. McCrary got the keys. They were going to go in the car and drive away. The defendant told Ms. McCrary that he was going to drive. She was not going to drive. He was going to drive. As he was driving from the store, he drove fast and erratic, putting Ms. McCrary in the most fear of her life. She said she closed her eyes, didn't open them, fearing that they were going to crash, fearing that she was going to die based on this driving incident. You're going to hear about another incident of summer 2022, physical abuse. Ms. McCrary is going to tell you that two of the children, the two eldest children, got into some kind of argument. The daughter wanted to be left alone from the son. Ms. McCrary woke the defendant up out of his sleep. Hey, the kids are arguing. You might want to intervene. The defendant got angry with Ms. McCrary for waking him up. So what did he do? Pinned her against the bed. He exerted his power and control over her and restricted her movements. You're going to hear about all of these prior difficulties through the testimony of Ms. Kenesia McCrary. So what happened? How did we get here? What happened on September 7th of 2022? You're going to hear and see what happened through testimony, pictures, videos, 911 calls. On September 7th of 2022, Ms. McCurry was home with her 3 children. It was around 7 o'clock. She's actually giving the youngest child, Aiden, a bath. She's in the bedroom, lotioning Aiden up with the Baby Johnson lotion. It's pink. You can see it in the crime scene photos. She's lotioning Aiden, and the defendant comes home, and she'll testify that he was drunk. He smelled of gin, is what she said. He was slurring his speech, wobbling around, drooling. She didn't think nothing of it at first, because what he did when he came home is he changed his clothes, so she thought he was staying home. Not a little while later, he changed back into his street clothes. Ms. McCrary tells the defendant, "Where are you going? You're drunk." He tells her, "Give me the keys," her car keys, not his keys. He's trying to take her car keys. "Give me the keys. I'm leaving." "You can't go anywhere," Ms. McCrary says. "You are drunk." Ms. McCrary stands by the apartment door. "You're not taking my keys. You're not going anywhere." She'll tell you that the defendant sat at the dining room table. She's still by the door, and he is yelling at her, "Give me the keys." The 3 children, 12-year-old, 8-year-old, 2-year-old, in the room. The 12-year-old Carmen will testify to you. She's about 15 now. She'll tell you that during that day, during this time, 7 o'clock, she heard argument. She didn't know what it was about. She heard something about keys, but didn't know the context. But when she was in the room, she heard argument between the defendant and her mom. So the defendant, getting more and more agitated, grabs Ms. McCrary by the shoulders and throws her on the floor in front of this TV. Her head is facing the TV, she's on her back, her legs are facing that back couch. He starts repeatedly punching her and hitting her in the face and in the ear, busting her lip. You will see a picture of her busted lip. Carmen, the 12-year-old, will tell you that at this time, she is holding her 2 younger brothers in the room. She doesn't want them to see or hear anything happening with her mother and the defendant. However, Carmen will also tell you that when her mother was pinned to the ground, they were no longer arguing. She was pinned to the ground. She comes out of the room, down the hallway, and tells the defendant, "Stop, get off my mom. Stop, get off my mom." The defendant doesn't. The defendant still has Ms. McCrary pinned to the floor, his forearm on her neck. Carmen witnessed it. The defendant pushes Carmen out of the way. She stumbles back and still has Ms. McCrary pinned to the ground. Carmen gets scared. At this point, she's pushed. She sees her mom being assaulted. So she goes to the room to call Grandma, Peggy McCrary. What she doesn't know is that a younger brother, 8 years old at the time, called Grandma. 6 years old at the time, called Grandma on their cell phone. So Carmen and brother is talking to Peggy McCrary, Grandma on the phone. "Grandma, come over here. Grandma, come over here. They're fighting. Grandma, come quick." So Grandma comes. Grandma is about 5 minutes away. Grandma and Auntie LaTanya Hopper, who you would hear from, comes rushing to the apartment. Ms. McCrary is pinned to the ground. Eventually, Ms. McCrary escapes the defendant and runs to the bedroom and gets her gun. She actually locks herself in the bedroom. Her gun is located in a lockbox. She takes her gun out and she corners herself by the mirror. You'll see the crime scene photos. She's standing by the mirror in the room with a gun in her hand. She hears, and Carmen hears from her bedroom, the defendant is picking the lock to the room. Carmen's in a separate room. She hears the defendant picking the lock. Ms. McCrary's in the bedroom, cornered. She hears the defendant picking the lock. The defendant comes in the room. Ms. McCrary has her gun. "Get away from me," points it at the defendant. The defendant says, "Somebody gotta die tonight. Somebody's gonna die tonight," as he goes towards Ms. McCrary. Ms. McCrary then backs up even further, closer to the toddler bed. There's a mirror in the corner. You will see the photos in the corner of a toddler bed. "Don't come any closer." She's pointing the gun at him. He is still coming at her. Ms. McCrary feels at one moment he pounces at her, and so she shoots him. Not in the chest, in his leg, to get him away. You are going to see the crime scene photos. It is bloody. She shoots him in his leg. But guess what? The evidence will show, we got away from her. The evidence will show blood down the hallway as he stumbles down the hallway, in the living room, on the dining room table, as he stumbles there. Big pool of blood, lots of blood, blood everywhere, because he's shot in the leg. There is blood everywhere. He got away from her though. The evidence will show 2 pieces of physical evidence. One, and look out for this, when you see the crime scene photos, there's a shell casing in that same corner that I was talking about, where she's backed in the corner in the bedroom. There's a shell casing. And you will see, please pay attention to this in the crime scene photos, that the evidence will show where the blood is pooled in the bedroom, which is by the TV. It is evident of him coming towards her. Please pay attention to those photos. So what happened? Casey wasn't trying to kill him. He wasn't trying to kill him, just trying to get him away from him. So she did, but now he's bleeding out. So Grandma, who's already on her way, Peggy McCrary, called 911 while she's driving to the house. And Ms. McCrary also called 911. You're going to hear 2 of the calls from Ms. McCrary. First call cut off. Second call, she calls back, and she's helping him. The 911 operator is telling her what to do. Apply a tourniquet to the leg, apply pressure to the leg. Despite Ms. McCrary's face bleeding, neck hurts, ears ringing, She's trying to help him because he is bleeding out. The first responding officer comes to the scene, Officer Farrell, and you will see the first few minutes of his body camera footage. You will see exactly what happens when he opens the door. I should say when the door is opened. Because at the time officers come, Grandma's on the scene, Peggy McCreary, LaTanya Harper's sister is on the scene as well. She was with the grandmother. First question Officer Farrell asks, who shot him? Ms. McCreary says, me. She's on the floor, applying pressure to his leg. Me. He pushed my child. He was abusing me. She never tried to hide it. She shot him. She shot him to get him away. She shot him. So what Officer Farrell did was, and you'll see on the video, he detained her, not arrested. Please pay attention. He detained her and put her in the police car until investigators came to do an investigation to see who to take warrants out for. The investigation continues. Crime scene came on scene. They took pictures. You'll see all the pictures. They collected the shell casing from the corner of the room. They collected the gun. EMS came, treated Ms. McCreary, investigated Dickerson. EMS also treated or spoke to the 12-year-old. The 12-year-old was having an asthma attack, as you will see in the 911 reports, as well the EMS will testify. And investigator Dickerson was the lead investigator. And what he did was he did an investigation. He looked at the crime scene. He looked at where the evidence was located. He spoke to Ms. McCreary. He spoke to Carmen. He tried to determine what happened on this scene. And what he determined was Ms. McCreary should be released and there are warrants taken out for the defendant's arrest. Now you're going to hear from two experts in this case, Rosa James and Heather Williams. Rosa James is a domestic violence expert, and she's going to explain to you, through her professional opinion, why victims of domestic violence stay in relationships during abuse. Someone calls you out of your name. Someone pins you to the bed. Someone is driving erratically. Why, in her expert opinion, do victims of domestic violence stay? She'll talk about the cycle of abuse, and she'll talk about power and control. The power and control that abusers exert over their victims. You're also going to hear from Heather Williams. She's our strangulation expert. And she's going to talk to you all about strangulation. But the most important part, and I want you to listen to this part of her testimony, is that she'll tell you that oftentimes there's no signs of strangulation on the outward of the neck, especially if a ligature, belt, whatever, or fingernails are not used. She'll tell you in her expert opinion how strangulation affects the victims of strangulation, and further, how long strangulation symptoms can last. Now, I do want you to remember one thing. This is not television. Witnesses will be called out of order. Everyone has their own schedules. Try to take notes, but not at the detriment of paying attention. And most importantly, at the end of the trial, follow the law, the judge's instructions on the law. The state asks, and the judge will ask, and it is your duty to follow the law, even if you do not agree with it. Even if you don't agree with it, we ask you to merely follow the law. And at the end, I submit to you that the state would have proven our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I ask that you find the defendant, Larry Lawson, guilty for what happened in that living room, aggravated assault and battery family violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beza. Ms. Feely or Ms. Rios? Ms. Rios.
Good morning, members of the jury. Today is a very important day for Larry Lawson. Even though the trial may only take a couple of days, that does not diminish the importance of this for Mr. Lawson. The state charged the wrong person. The state brought charges against Larry when he is the abused, not the abuser. He is an abused who survived his abuser shooting him in the leg. Larry Lawson fought for his life that day. Now, on September 7th, 2022, around 7 o'clock, he was at the home he shared with Ms. McCrary. He decided that he wanted to leave that home. He got up, went to the door. She got in front of the door and said, "No, you cannot leave." That was the first time she stopped him from leaving. The second time she stopped him from leaving is when she shot him in the leg. Now, the police were called and they came to the scene. They only talked to Ms. McCrary. Now, Mr. Larry is sitting at the defense table today. Why is that? Is it because he is a man? Because if Mr. McCrary had been a woman, would he be sitting there today? She shot him. She stopped him from leaving twice. He laid there unconscious, fighting for his life. Now, when the police got there, they only spoke to Ms. McCrary. They couldn't speak to Mr. Larry Lawson because he was lying there bleeding, unconscious, in and out of consciousness. They talked to her and that was it. Now, they could have went back and talked to Larry Lawson while he was in the hospital after he recovered, but they chose not to do that. They only got their story from Ms. McCrary. I want you to think about the motivations that the witnesses had in this case for saying what they did, their reasoning. I want you to keep an open mind. Men are not only abusers, women can be abusers too. Now, there will be pictures in this case, a lot of evidence, a lot of pictures, lots of videos. The most pictures that you will see are pictures of Larry lying on the ground, or videos of Larry unconscious, lying on the ground, and pictures of blood, lots of blood. There will be pictures of blood, and mostly in the hallway area where the blood was flowing. You will not see many pictures of Ms. McCrary and the injuries she supposedly sustained. Most of the pictures you will see in the evidence in this case would be the injuries to Larry Lawson and how much blood he lost and how he almost died that day. He is a survivor, not an abuser. I asked you to do more than what the officers in this case did, which was only talk to Ms. McCrary and no one else. I asked you not to be sponges for the state and just accept the theory of their case and what the witnesses say. I asked you to actually look at the evidence and go through it bit by bit, piece by piece, and analyze the state's case. Look at what you pay close attention to, what you see and what you hear in the evidence, but also pay close attention to what you do not see and what you do not hear in this case. Ask yourself, is this proof of a fact or proof of an allegation? Now, the state has the burden of proof throughout the entirety of the case. It stays here. It never goes here. It never changes. They have to prove each and every element of the crime charge beyond a reasonable doubt to or moral certainty. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. look for inconsistencies in Ms. McCrary's testimony. And also, what motivation would the witnesses have to tell their story? The officers came that day. She would have been arrested if not for her side of the story, which they never got Larry's side of the story. What were her motivations? What would be her daughter's motivations? What would be her mom's motivations? Don't just accept the story that the state has brought to you. Think about it. Does their actions that Ms. McCurry took that day, do they make sense? Is that what you think that someone in her position, those actions she would take would do? Think about all those things. Now, when the judge instructs you on the law, I ask you to pay close attention because you are the judges of the facts and law in this case. And I ask you to return the only verdict that makes sense, that speaks truth, and that is that Larry is not guilty. He is a survivor.
Thank you, Ms. Rios. Ladies and gentlemen, I was originally going to say, let's get through a couple witnesses before we take our morning break, but the IT crew is here to make this monitor work. I think it'll be helpful once we have witnesses testifying, for those of you who are a little deeper in the jury box, to have the top monitor as well. So we're going to try out our first break. Don't talk about the case. You actually haven't heard any evidence yet. You've heard two very compelling opening statements. No outside research. And when we get back in here, I'll ask Ms. Beza or Ms. Crutchfield to call the state's first witness. The snacks and the water, everything in the jury room that is edible and drinkable is for you. You can bring water out here. Nothing that would leave a strange stain should you bring out here during the course of the presentation. And again, feel free to fan out down the hallway if you need a little space. All right, we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Sit there.
Not listening.
I know.
Ms. Beza, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
You've got witnesses to fill the rest of the morning?
Yes.
Great. Okay. And I assume the afternoon, but we'll have a lunch break. Noon-ish. I don't think.
I'm hoping I can get through 10 today.
10 witnesses.
Then we would only have one tomorrow.
Okay. Skippy. We'll see what happens. I don't have a specific time we need to break for lunch. So since they're getting a break now, we'll probably go to 12:30-ish. But again, it'll be the natural flow. When we finish the witness, if the next witness is an hour-long witness, we wouldn't start that one at 12:30. But if it's a 5-minute witness, maybe we'll squeeze in one more. We'll see how it goes. Ms. Rios, anything from the defense before we break?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So for clarity's sake, let's be back in the courtroom by 10:38 on now 10:39 on that clock. That's not what time it is, but that's the clock that governs. So 10:39 on that clock. Let's all be in here. I'm going to get the IT people in. Thank you. On the record in State versus Lawson, our monitor's been fixed. Ms. Beza, anything we need to discuss before the jurors come in?
No, Your Honor.
Two logistical requests. One, I don't see anyone in court right now for the DA's office, but when we call witnesses, it's helpful if maybe that's who it is, that there's someone who can be grabbing them and not the lawyer who's going to be asking questions, because that way you can get set up. It's actually 3 logistical things. This is for both sides. 2, if you have a bunch of exhibits you're going to use with a witness, have them all up at the stand up front, so that you're not having to go back and forth. And that way you can say, hey, if you look in this folder or look at what's labeled, unless there's a dramatic reason why you need to approach. If it's not the drama piece, if you could have all the exhibits sitting up there while your team is bringing that witness in, that helps. And finally, logistically, I am hoping that you and Ms. Crutchfield will play audio visual support for each other, so that if you, Ms. Crutchfield, are asking questions of a witness and you say, I'd like you to look at Exhibit 6 and it needs to be on the screen, it could be Ms. Beza who's calling up Exhibit 6, so that you don't have to say, okay, hold on, and go over to your computer and try to get Exhibit 6 on the screen. One of the values of having, we're fortunate to have 2 lawyers on both sides, is that ideally the other could be the one who's putting those exhibits up on a screen. It just makes it flow much more smoothly for the jury than if the lawyer says, okay, hold on, I can't ask you a question yet. I need to struggle to get this picture up, and then I have to walk away from you again to get to the next picture. So if we can do that, great. But that's me asking on behalf of the jury rather than on behalf of me.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll do that with pictures. For the CAD reports, I would like to publish it and scroll through, but for everything else, yes.
Okay. And again, there are always exceptions to that. Let me turn to the defense. Ms. Feely, anything for the defense?
Just to piggyback off of that, I was hoping that when we wanted to publish the state's exhibits, if we could use their, because they have the exhibit numbers already, if we could use their stuff to publish.
When you say stuff, meaning would the state be gracious enough, whoever had been running the machine, so if it's Ms. Beza's witness, then Ms. Crutchfield would have been running the machine. And if you're saying, hey, could you put Exhibit 12 back up? Would you mind doing that, Ms. Crutchfield? Great. So you'd be then resharing your screen. You know, when you're done with the witness, you stop sharing, but that works more smoothly and it just shows that the 2 sides are cooperating.
Thank you.
So I'll say you're welcome. Anything else from the defense before we bring the jury in? No? Let's do it.
Are you done with the pictures?
Yes.
So at this rate, we're going to get through 4 of your 10 witnesses today.
Shouldn't have had them all come down. I just thought we were gonna,
We'll get some momentum after lunch.
some of them are short.
One more using the restroom.
You're slow today,
One
man.
in the restroom.
Oh, it's not working?
So I just told.
You let Ms. Hansberry know. Okay.
Did you want an exhibit list?
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that yesterday when we were going through things.
Our officer adjourned.
Okay, I'll give it to you the next break.
Okay.
I have one.
I'll do the president of county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. I'm sorry on behalf of facilities maintenance that there is a non-functional restroom in there, but we've called the right people and we'll see what they can do. And we got that monitor working. So we are ready to proceed with the state's presentation of its case. Ms. Beza, your first witness is?
State calls Marcus Trailer.
Marcus Trailer.
When you sit in your face, you raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you'll give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self God. I do. You know what I see. Can you state the name of the word?
Marcus Trailer, MarcusTraylor.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Where are you currently employed?
Fulton County Emergency Services 911.
And what is your position?
I'm the custodian of records for 911.
What are some of your your duties and responsibilities as the custodian of records?
I produce 911 records.
What are 911 records?
They are records of 911 calls from emergencies that people call in about police, fire, EMS.
What are CAD reports?
Computer-aided dispatch reports, they're transcripts of 911 calls.
How are 911 calls and CAD reports stored?
Electronically on a computer server?
Are 911 calls and CAD reports stored also in the regular course of business?
Yes.
How do you access 911 calls and CAD reports?
From our Superion system, computer system, I can access it by case numbers, addresses, things like that through the computer.
And is each 911 call assigned a specific number?
Yes.
And is each CAD report assigned a specific number?
Yes.
Now, what you have in front of you is State's Exhibits 1 through 3, and then 4 through 10. Do you recognize State's Exhibits essentially 1 through 10?
Yes.
Let's start with State's Exhibits 1 through 3. Are these 3 CDs of 911 calls associated with an alleged incident on September 7th of 2022 at 5100 Welcome Hall Road here in Fulton?
Yes.
Have you reviewed these 911 calls on State's Exhibits 1 through 3?
Yes.
As State's Exhibits 1 through 3, a fair and accurate recording of the 911 calls pulled from your system?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves State's Exhibits 1 through 3 into evidence.
You are going to get an exhibit list, or you've got one that I could use to keep track as well?
I've got one that you can use to keep track.
Thank you. Ms. Rios, any objection to the admission of states 1 through 3?
No objection, Your Honor.
They are admitted. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Moving on to State's Exhibits 4 through 10. Do you recognize State's Exhibits 4 through 10?
Yes.
What do you recognize State's Exhibits 4 through 10 as?
They're the computer-aided dispatch reports, the transcripts of the 911 calls.
Now, there are 7 reports total, correct?
Yes.
And there are 3 calls, right?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what the 7 reports are specifically?
So 470 is for EMS. 467 is one of the calls.
You can use the exhibit number at the bottom, not the
Okay. State's Exhibit 8 is the South Fulton Police Dispatch. State's Exhibit 4 is the first initial 911 hang-up call. State's Exhibit 7 is another duplicate call for the 3rd CD. And State's Exhibit 6 is the fire department's response. And State's Exhibit 5 is another EMS response.
So it's a compilation of the initial calls, EMS, and fire.
Correct.
And are these fair and accurate CAD reports from the 3 911 calls generated in State's Exhibits 1 through 3?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves State's Exhibits 4 through 10 into evidence.
Ms. Rios, any objection to states 4 through 10?
No, Your Honor.
They're also admitted.
Now, I want to talk about the calls first, and they'll be published with later witnesses. In regards to the first call, State's Exhibit 3, that is there, you refer to that as the hang-up call. Have you had an opportunity to listen to that call?
Yes.
What do you mean by hang-up call?
So the caller called 911 and disconnected.
And did that caller call back?
Yes.
And is that State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Now, for State's Exhibit 2, was that the same caller from the first 2 911 calls?
A different caller.
At this time, the state will be publishing first State's Exhibit 7. And did that caller call back?
Yes.
And is that State's Exhibit 1? I don't know what's that.
Okay, we're back. I told you there'd be no rewind, and yet there just was. Don't get used to that. That won't normally happen. We have a special, as in sometimes it's challenging and challenged, AV sharing system here, but when you're ready, hopefully the black boxes don't get in the way too much.
Starting with State's Exhibit 4. So is this the CAD report that is affiliated with the hang-up call?
I'm gonna, before you answer that, I'm sorry. The black boxes are not redactions, so it is not that Ms. Beza or Mr. Trailer or anyone else is trying to keep things from you. That is a defect in our display system. That will disappear sometimes, so we're not gradually revealing what's on these documents. If something is redacted, I'll let you know.
State's Exhibit 4. Is this with the hang-up call?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury the event ID number and what that means?
It's 2022-307-406. It's generated once the 911 operator presses a button and enters the information for an event.
And what is the location?
This location is a cell tower location at 5144 Welcome All Road Southwest.
And did the caller give a name?
No.
Okay. How about a phone number?
404-454-8260.
And what time was this call, date and time was the call received?
September 7, 2022 at 7:24 p.m.
Now, moving down under the event log, these CAD reports have event logs. What does that mean?
That's system information, information that comes over from the AT&T phone system. So it shows the cell tower address.
Thank you. Now I'm going to be publishing at this time State's Exhibit 5. And from your review, was State's Exhibit 5 affiliated with the second call?
Yes.
Now, what is the event ID number for this call?
2022-307-407.
And who was the caller on this call?
It shows Latanya Hooper, but I guess they came over from the phone system, but the caller was actually Kanisha.
Kanisha McCrary?
Yes.
Now, when it shows two callers like that, does that, when you listen to the call, were there two voices on the call?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the date and time that this call was received.
When you say there were two voices on the call, I mean, there'll always be two voices. If I'm calling 911, there's me, and then there's your operator. Do you mean there were two voices on the, I'll call it the caller side rather than the operator side?
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, moving down to the date and time that this call was received.
September 7, 2022, 7:25 p.m.
And when was the first officer dispatched?
At 7:28 p.m.
On the same date.
Yes.
Now, under the event log and moving down to the second page of State's Exhibit 5, and then onto the third page, on the event log, can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
So this is system information as well. It shows where the 911 operator changed the name to Kanisha from the original information that came over from the phone system. It shows additional notes and basic system information.
And at the top of it, it states gunshot, correct? And you can look at your screen as well.
Yes.
Okay. And can you please read the rest of what it enumerates on State's Exhibit 5, page 3?
So it was a gunshot, happened now less than 6 hours. The assailant is inside the same structure. There's serious bleeding, not responding normally, a peripheral wound, a single wound. It has the date, the time, and the operator's last name. 47-year-old male, conscious breathing, Caller statement is a GSW. A chief complaint, gunshot wound. Dispatch code is a 27 Delta 03. Patient's not alert. Suffix G for gunshot. Response is a Delta level. Questions, gunshot happened now less than 6 hours. Assailant inside the same structure. There's serious bleeding, not responding normally. As the date, the time, the operator's last name. The fire dispatcher notated that the complainant advised her daughter shot him. Female, 32-year-old. Subject, black female, unknown shirt with gray pants. Still at the location. The date, the time, the operator's last name and first initial. Fire unit stated that 78 was the first party caller. Male shot at the CAD location in the leg, the date and the time.
Thank you. Moving on to State's Exhibit 7. What is the event ID for this one?
2022-307-409.
Okay. And what is the time that this call was received?
7:26 p.m.
Now, under the event log, it states potential duplicate event listed. Why does it say that?
So this was additional call received for the same event. So the system flags it as the same event once they type in the address.
Okay. Now, moving on to State's Exhibit 10. Can you please tell the jury about this CAD report?
So this is a EMS call, the second EMS call generated. It's 2022-307-470. It's for the 12-year-old having an asthma attack.
Okay. Now, going on to the third page of this call under the notes section, can you please read where it states what you just testified to in regards to what this call was about? It's around the 6th line down.
So the South Fulton Police Unit 203 requested a signal 4, which is an ambulance, back to the location for a 12-year-old female having an asthma attack.
No further questions for this witness.
Ms. Rios, do you have any questions for Mr. Traylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it Traylor or Taylor?
Traylor.
Okay, good.
At the time that you received the 911 call, you said you heard another voice on the call.
Yes.
Do they, do you know who that person was?
It was the sister. Looking for her name. It's the sister. Latanya.
Hear anyone else in the background?
I heard a male's voice.
So I'm clear, Mr. Traylor, when you're saying you heard these things, were you the actual 911 operator, or you are relaying this to the jury because you as the custodian have listened to these recordings?
Right. I listened to the recordings. I was not the operator.
Okay.
During the recordings, did you hear Ms. McCrary mention anything about being strangled?
Objection, Your Honor. The best evidence is the actual recording, which will be played.
You can, I'm overruling the objection. There have been questions asked about what's on there. So if you want to ask that, you can. You can also wait till it's played, but.
I'll finish my question.
Okay.
I would have to listen to the recording to refer to.
That's why I have so.
Okay. Any redirect, Ms. Beza?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any questions from the jurors? So you write them down? Everything all right over there? Okay. Mr. Trailer, can you, by looking at the documents you have, tell how much time passed between what you've called the hang-up call and the next call you received? Does that question make sense?
Yeah. One minute.
1 minute. So, and the hang-up call was first?
Yes, at 1924, and then the next call, 1925.
And the time you're giving is not Greenwich Mean Time. That would be in Fulton County, that's 7:24 PM.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then 7:25 is the second call. And was the second call the one from the same number that ended up ultimately having the two different speakers?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Ms. Beza, do you have any follow-up based on the questions I just asked Mr. Trailer?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay,
State just would like to publish State's Exhibit 4 and 5 again, and to put those times in the record to get the proper estimate.
okay.
State's Exhibit 4, Mr. Trailer, is the hang-up call, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what time was, once the black box disappears, what time was that received?
7:24 PM.
And 53 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So 6 seconds from 7:25,
Yes.
all right? And moving on to State's Exhibit 5, second call, what time was that received?
7:25:26.
So really, it's about 30 seconds in between the calls.
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
Ms. Rios, any follow-up based on the questions I asked about the timing of the two calls?
There are.
All right, may Mr. Trailer be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for being here. You can leave things as they are right there.
All right.
Appreciate it. State's next witness.
State calls Officer Farrell.
Place your hand right here. You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Go ahead, I see. And you say and spell your name for the record.
Name is Errol, Errol. Last name Farrell, Farrell.
Sorry about that. With all that gear on you, it's a little awkward.
It's a little tight space.
Yeah, the chair doesn't have wheels. You're free to move it back a little as long as you use your command voice into the microphone so we can hear you. I don't want you to get indigestion because all your gear is pushing you in.
That should be fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good
Where are
morning.
you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where?
Clinton County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
I'm a sheriff's deputy.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a sheriff's deputy with Clinton County?
With the Clinton County Sheriff's Office, have responsibility to the courts and also on the streets as well.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, I'm sorry.
Said on the streets and also on the courts.
And when did you start this?
I started in August of 2023.
Where did you work before?
Before I was with South Fulton Police Department.
And what was your position there?
I was a police corporal.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a police corporal?
Responsibilities was responding to 911 calls for service.
Are you post certified?
Yes, I am.
You completed your mandatory training?
Yes,
Were you post-certified in September of 2022?
yes,
I want to direct your attention to the September 7th of 2022. Were you working at that time?
yes,
Were you happen to be called to 5100 Welcome Road?
yes.
What county?
It was South Fulton.
And what time were you dispatched to that location?
It'll be around 7 p.m.
Gonna be a little after 7 p.m.?
Yes.
Now, what kind of location is this?
It's a apartment complex.
Did there come a point in time when you arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what happened when you arrived at the scene?
Responding to the location in reference to a person shot. Upon my arrival, located the apartment that 911 call came from and entered into the apartment and made contact with the people on the inside.
Was that apartment C7?
Yes, it is.
When you entered the apartment, what did you see?
Observed a black male laying on the ground, motionless. Also observed a female holding compression on his left leg area with a towel and a belt used as a tourniquet.
Now, this female that you observed, what was her demeanor?
She was very hysterical and crying. She started saying that she was being abused and the guy hit the child.
Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is an excited utterance. The witness just testified that she was hysterical and crying, and it's also a present sense impression. She made these statements while actually in the event.
Literally, she just said yes, like before this incident about the child. That was not an excited utterance.
I didn't follow your point again. I'm not.
I don't know what he's talking about with the child or when that happened. So I don't see how this could be an excited utterance when it's not currently happening. What's currently happening is Mr. Lawson is bleeding out.
Okay. I didn't hear the part about the child. That doesn't mean you didn't say it. But I do find that the things that Ms. McCrary was saying in this instance, as in like walking in and Officer Farrell says, what happened, would constitute excited utterances. If we go much further, did you take her to the side and interview her? We'll be moving away from the ambit of an excited utterance exception to the hearsay objection.
Yes, Your Honor, the state wasn't going to go much further.
Okay.
So you asked her what happened,
Yes.
and just so that the record can be clear, what did she, please take her demeanor again.
Before you answer, you've preserved the objection. I know this is the questions coming in again. You're not waiving anything by letting it be answered the second time. I think it's just for clarity's sake. But your objection that it's hearsay applies to the answer that's about to come as well.
Thank you.
What was her demeanor?
She was very hysterical and crying.
And when you asked her what happened, what did she say?
She did advise that she did shoot him in the leg. And she also stated that he abused her and hit the child.
Did she say he hit the child or he pushed the child?
Could be one, I believe she stated hit.
Now, after she told you that she shot him and that he abused her and hit the child, what did you do next?
I then asked her to stand on her feet and asked her to come with me. That I'm going to detain her temporarily until the investigation is completed. And I escorted her outside to my patrol vehicle.
Now, you said detain her. Did you put handcuffs on her?
Yes, I did.
And why did you detain her?
Just to remove her from the crime scene and to keep her for her safety plus mine and all other individuals around.
And where did you put her?
I placed her in the right seat of my patrol vehicle.
Did you come to learn her name?
Yes, I did.
And what was her name?
Her name was Miss McCrary.
Anicia McCrary?
Yes.
Now, as first responding officer, was it your duty to fully investigate the entire scene?
No, I only do conduct a preliminary investigation due to the type of incident that we responded to.
Now, were investigators called to the scene?
Yes.
And did they end up coming to the scene?
Yes, they did.
Now, while you were detaining her. Is detain the same thing as arrest? I don't know if I asked that.
They're both similar. They are the same, detain, arrest.
But was she being charged with anything at that
No,
time?
she was not.
Now, did you observe any injuries on her?
Yeah, she had a bruise to her to her mouth, and also had some blood on her mouth.
Now, was your body camera recording?
Yes, recorded everything.
Jury, what body camera is?
Body camera is what we wear daily for agency policies, so we can record our interaction with individuals or anything outside the scope of a 911 call.
I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 12, which I previously shown to the defense. Please look at State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This will be a copy of my body cam footage.
Your body camera?
Yes,
And did you sign that CD?
yes, I did.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the body camera footage from September 7th, 2022, this incident?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 12 into evidence.
She's on that for the set.
Okay. No, Your Honor.
No objection?
No objection.
Okay. It's admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will be playing the first around 7 minutes of the body camera footage
All right.
previously discussed with the defense.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. You're familiar, I know you're familiar with the entirety of the footage, but the first 7 minutes, no objection to publishing that?
Correct, Your Honor. Yep.
Okay.
Yo, C7.
Hey, officer, C7. To the back down on your right. Last one right.
Excuse me. South Phone PD.
663 569, sir. He's right here. Sir, please.
221 radio.
Yes,
Go ahead. I have fire 4 coming.
Officer.
Who shot him? You? Okay, come with me.
Yes, he was
It's okay.
He pushed my child.
It's okay. Come on this way. I'm going. Wait, let me grab you by arm, okay? Yeah, you got I'm a temporary detainee. Here you go. Here you go. Hold on. Somebody get some in right quick.
Get some shoes. Please get your shoes.
I got you. Don't worry about it.
Let's go get her out.
Let's get you out.
Okay, we gonna get them. Just
She's having an asthma attack. My grandbaby's having an asthma attack.
Yes, I got you. Let me put these cuffs on you right quick, okay? You able to put your other hand behind here? There you go. Thank you. Wait, let me put the double locks on it so you don't move. Go help them with I got you. Yes, they're coming. Just the one let's go up here in the front. I'm gonna have you sit in my car with the air, okay? No, we're gonna investigate everything out possible. Okay?
Which one is your car?
Mine's the one in the front.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh God, I never had a
221 radio. One is detained. Have fire. Step it up. And units in the entrance. Can I get one of y'all to move the 2 vehicles?
Please, sir. Sir, please. Oh God.
Sit in as best as you can, okay?
Yes, sir.
She's not going anywhere yet. Okay? You can sit sideways and put your feet up, okay? Just relax. Just relax,
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
Just keep calm.
please, can you talk to me, sir?
I surely will. Let me see if I get this window to go down because it got a problem with it.
Yes, I'm okay, Tanya. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Calm down.
I'm okay.
All right. It's gonna be okay.
Please,
Sean.
Let me turn the AC up, okay?
please, sir.
Okay.
Sir, please.
I got you. You have look. Investigator's gonna talk to you and everything, okay?
They got it.
You came home drunk?
Yes, sir. It's for the 12-year-old.
Oh man.
I told him to stop, and he tried to leave out the home for some reason, and I was like, why are you going? You had something to drink. So I attempted to take the keys from him, my car keys,
Okay.
and he told me to give him the house keys, so I was like, okay, but then he would not give me the house, he would not give me the car keys, so I stood in front of the door, and I told him, you're not gonna leave because that you risk getting somebody dying. You killing yourself. It's innocent lives out here.
Definitely understand.
And all I wanted was the keys and for him to lay down and go to sleep to sober up. And
Is he like, are y'all married or anything?
no, it's my son's father and my 2-year-old is in the house. And just yesterday, I don't know what's going on with him. Just yesterday, he had hit my 2-year-old, and I have photos on my phone because he had peed on himself.
Did you call the PD?
No, what I told him was I told him he needs to leave. I said, because what you're not going to do is you're not going to be abusing him. And for some reason, he told me that he was going to stop drinking, and I believed him, but it's just a hot mess, and I just want my kids out of this situation. He bust my lip, as you can, I'm not sure you can see.
I can see the blood still in
He
your mouth.
punched me, and I was telling him to back up, get away from me, because he balled up his fist and he was getting ready to punch me. And I told him, I said, Larry, please do not come close to me. I don't want to do this. And I shot him in the leg because you can ask my daughter without me even being right here. He pushed her. He pushed her and told her that your father is not in your life. And I'm the one that helped take care of these bills.
What's your date of birth?
My date of birth is May 4th, 1990. I've never been in this situation.
What's your last name?
McBurney, MCC.
Oh, it's okay. Calm down, okay?
MCC-R-A-R-Y.
R-A-R-Y?
Yes, sir.
What's your first name?
K-A-N-E-S-S-I-A. I just want to get my name.
Canicia? Okay. What's a good contact number for you? Huh?
678.
678?
Yes, sir. 698. 6527.
27, okay. Gotcha. As soon as EMS clear out, then we can move up.
I just want to hold my babies. I just want to make sure they're
Just
okay. I don't want to leave my kids. I would live. You won't leave. I'm not going to live without them. I've been taking care of them.
You will just relax.
It's just been me and them.
It's okay.
You're going to be fine.
You're going to be okay, okay?
Can I give her a beautiful
The bomb?
She's an asthmatic. I've been trying to go home. I know. I've been looking at enrolled in college just today.
Just relax.
Just to become a law enforcement. Now I'm in college.
She give me her eyes with her medicine. Okay.
Take this. Breathe in. And it's squirted.
The state is stopping at around 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Now, Officer Farrell, previously on direct examination, you testified that when you first walked in the apartment, Ms. McCurry stated that the defendant hit the child. Did that body camera refresh your recollection as to what she actually stated?
Yes.
Okay, and what was it?
That he pushed the child.
Now, you also stated on the body camera that we're going to investigate everything. What did you mean by that?
Meaning that once a detective gets on scene, he's gonna obtain what preliminary information that I had, and then he's gonna take a look at the crime scene, and then he'll have a conversation with Miss McCrary.
That was Detective Dickerson?
Yes.
Now, besides being the first responder, did that end your involvement in this case?
Yes, it clearly would until the detective get on scene.
And then you spoke with the detective?
Yes.
Right. No further questions?
Ms. Feely.
Morning.
Fair to say it's against the law to shoot somebody, right?
Yes,
But it is not against the law if you claim it was self-defense, right?
Objection, Your Honor. The law is given by the judge. He's not the judge. He doesn't give the law. He's not here to testify onto the law, and that he's not an expert in the law either. Neither is he a lawyer.
We don't know that he's not a lawyer, but I'll let you ask that question. We won't dive into the depths of provocation and this and that, but if you may ask the question again and he can answer it, and then we should get away from law.
So when you arrived on scene, you observed someone had been shot, is that right?
that's correct.
And you determined who had shot that person, is that right?
On one side, we obtained that information, yes.
So, and that person was Ms. McCrary.
Yes,
And so at that point, you had enough probable cause to detain her, is that fair?
that's correct.
And you're familiar with you take out warrants, is that fair to say?
That is correct.
So it's fair to say that with the information that you had at first, she should have been arrested for aggravated assault, right?
That will not be up to my decision. That will be up to the detective.
So you're saying you're not involved at all with charging
No,
someone with a crime? Okay, so you do not take out warrants?
no.
then?
Once the investigator comes on scene, they investigate the totality of all the circumstances and then make a decision.
Okay, and so you put her in handcuffs?
Yes,
And you took her to your patrol car?
Mhm.
And you put her in your patrol car?
that's correct.
And at that point, you started gaining more information, is that right?
Yes,
And ultimately, you don't want to discuss why, but ultimately you did not arrest her, is that right?
that's correct.
Would it have been your decision to arrest or not arrest, or that would have been this investigator
It
Dickerson?
would have been the investigator's decision.
I'm showing you what has been marked as defense 1 and 2.
Mhm.
You recognize what's in those 2 exhibits?
It will be photos of McCrary.
And is that are those fair and accurate depictions of what Ms. McCrary looked like at the time?
Yes,
Your Honor, this time I moved to omit defense 1 and 2.
Any objection, Ms. Beza, to defense 1 and 2?
No.
Okay, do you all have a witness list? I mean, an exhibit list?
You don't?
Okay, a sticker fell off. You want to get that?
So it is your testimony that Ms. McCary was injured, is that right?
that is correct.
And her injuries were scratches on the face, right?
No, it was a busted bruise to her mouth.
So on this night, when these pictures were taken, she had, was it a bruise to her mouth?
Yes,
You didn't know any other injuries on Ms. McCrary?
no.
Is that right? You didn't, you wrote a police report in this case, is that right?
Yes, I did have to do a little brief report for what I did and what I saw.
And you have training on how to write reports, right?
That's correct.
You know they have to be thorough.
Hmm.
And they have to be accurate.
Yes,
Singular response. They have to be accurate, right?
yes,
Because attorneys will rely on them several years later for trial, right?
correct.
And you did not note anything about an injured child in your report, is that fair?
That is fair.
And you didn't see an injured child on the scene, is that right?
That's correct.
And in your discussions with Ms. McCrary when she was being detained in the back of the police car, she never mentioned having been strangled, right?
No,
She didn't mention being held down.
no, not to me.
And again, you were the first person she spoke with, right?
That's correct.
And you did not interact with Mr. Lawson that night, right?
No, I did not.
Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
That's all we have this time, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. You were asked questions on cross-examination about Ms. McCrary's injuries in relation to the report. Did you document her injuries in the report?
I did document her injuries from what I saw.
And what did you write in your report in regards to her injuries? And if you need a refresher recollection, I can give you a copy of the report.
I will need a copy, please.
I'm showing. Approaching the witness when your memory is refreshed. Can you please look up and then I'll re-ask the question?
Yes.
Your memory is fresh?
Yes.
What did you, and when you write your report, is your report written contemporaneously with the events that occurred, or do you write it years later?
I write it in reference to what occurred, the information that I received.
And do you physically write your report shortly thereafter the incident?
Yes.
All right, and what injuries did you document as to Ms. McCrary?
I documented that I observed swelling and bleeding to the right side of her mouth.
Now, you also were asked questions in regards to whether or not initially she told you that she was strangled, correct?
That's correct.
Approximately during your tenure as an officer, approximately how many scenes have you responded to?
A lot of scenes, a lot of them.
And do you interact a lot when you respond to these scenes with people that are in panic?
Not quite. I try to keep them calm, and I try not to get into asking questions into reference to what happened, because that is for the detective to get to.
I guess my question is, when you respond to scenes, oftentimes are people that you initially interact with crying and hysterical?
No, not always.
But sometimes?
Sometimes.
Now, in your experience, responding to scenes when people are crying and hysterical, do you expect to get the full story, play by play of every single thing that happened when the person is in panic mode?
Objection, speculation.
From his experience.
Okay, so from your experience, is that what has happened?
Yes. Usually we don't get when we respond to shooting scenes, we don't have someone who's hysterical and crying or not always there on the scene when we arrive.
But if someone in your experience that is hysterical and crying, do you expect to get the full story play by play of every single thing that happened?
No.
No further questions.
Ms. Feely, any recross?
We are going to attempt to publish defense one.
Okay. Is that going to require the Elmo?
No, we were.
Oh, you've got it. Okay.
If it doesn't work. So you noted in your report that you yourself observed swelling and bloodstains. Is that right?
That's correct.
Fair to say in this picture, there does not appear to be bloodstains.
It would be to her mouth, which in the photo, it doesn't have a direct up close photo of her mouth area. This is just a whole body photo of her at the time.
And fair to say her eyes don't look black and or anything like that.
Not in this photo, no.
And you didn't take any additional photos of her in the right?
No, crime scene would have.
That's the crime scene people like to talk about, right?
Yes.
If they were gonna take
Yeah,
pictures of her.
they would document.
Do you want to pull it up? Can you? Yeah. Put share and then go to desktops.
We can try to get the Elmo working if you want. No?
I mean, it's still evidence. We can publish
Okay.
it at a later time.
Got it.
Where do you go?
All right. Anything else?
So,
Any questions from the jurors for Deputy Farrell?
Thank you. Where are you supposed to go with your share? Oh, wait. Like, where did I go?
Once.
Closed. So. Two questions. First, tell the jury what post-certified means, please.
Being post-certified is several months of training that all officers are required to have in order to be a law enforcement officer. We go through different various amounts of training. Once the training is completed, we then receive post-certification as a law enforcement officer.
Second question, did you at any point during your time at that scene interact with any children who were inside that apartment?
No. During my time at the scene, I didn't have any other interactions besides being with Ms. McCrary.
Ms. Beza, any follow-up based on those two topics?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Officer, Deputy, for your time.
Thank you.
And you can leave the documents right there. State's next witness.
The state calls crime scene technician Gash.
Do you want to get from the witness stand the other things? Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
You raise your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. No one wants to. For your state, spell your name for the record.
First name Samantha, Samantha. Last name Gash, Gaasch.
Where are you currently employed?
City of South Fulton Police Department.
In what capacity?
Currently as an officer.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities as an officer?
Currently I'm assigned to Digital Forensics Division, so I handle digital evidence.
Now, how long have you held this position?
This current position, a couple months.
Where were you assigned before?
The crime scene unit.
And what was your position in this crime scene unit?
I was a crime scene technician, so non-sworn position.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a crime scene technician?
Document, collect, and preserve evidence.
Now, how long did you serve in the position as a crime scene technician?
3.5 years.
Now, when you are on scene, can you please tell the jury how you process crimes?
So typically, I get a call from a supervisor or supervisor in CID in the Criminal Investigation Division, a request for service. Mainly, there's a scene that we need to process. So I'll respond to the scene. I'll meet with responding officers or detectives that are on scene to give me kind of an idea of what we're looking at. I process the scene from least invasive to most invasive, mainly photographs, looking around, finding evidence, marking it, collecting it, securing it for a later date.
Now, direct your attention to September 7th of 2022 at approximately 7:30 p.m. You're requested to respond to 5100 Welcome All Road.
I was, yes.
Now, what county is that in?
In Fulton County.
Can you please tell the jury what kind of location this is?
So this is an apartment complex sort of area.
And why did you respond to the scene?
I responded to a call for a person shot.
Now, I want to hand you, did you document this scene?
I did document
How?
via photographs mainly.
I'm going to hand you State Exhibits 13 through 49 and 59 through 75. Please look at those photographs. And do you recognize those photographs?
I do recognize the photographs.
What do you recognize those photographs to be?
These were the photographs I took
of apartment C7 on that date.
And at the end of State's Exhibits 59 through 75, did you also take photographs of a Kinesia McCrary?
I did.
And are these fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene and of Kinesia McCrary that you took that day?
It is.
And at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 13 through 49 and 59 through 75 into evidence.
59 through,
75.
okay. There's a 76 and a 77. You're going to do that at a later time.
You're a different witness, Kinesia McCrary.
Okay, got it. Any objection
No,
from
you're-
the defense?
No, you're.
Those are all admitted.
Now, can you, before we publish the photos, can you please tell the jury how you processed this crime scene?
After I met with detectives and other officers on scene, they walked me through, do a brief walkthrough, be least invasive as possible. I go through and document every part of the scene that I see via photographs. So entryways, everything in between. I will go from overall photos, mid-range, close-up photographs to be as complete and thorough with documentation via photograph. I was made aware of two pieces of evidence. I marked one. Item number one was a gun found on the kitchen counter, a black Taurus G3, which was rendered safe with the magazines and was pulled out, and it was nothing in the chamber. Item number two, later found in the master bedroom, was a 9mm spent casing. I documented via photograph, collected items of evidence with my protective equipment, and secured them.
Now, at this time, the state would like to publish State's Exhibits 13 through 49 and 59 through 75. Starting with 13, what are we looking at in this photo?
This is a photograph of the outside of the apartment complex depicting which units are in that building.
State's Exhibit 14,
The front door of that unit C7.
Hold on one sec.
we'll go back to that. Now, you stated that you collected two pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 51 and State's Exhibit 52. Can you please look at State's Exhibit 51 and State's Exhibit 52? Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Exhibit 51 is the black Taurus G3 collected as evidence item number 1. And then State's Exhibit 52 appears to be the packaged and secured evidence item number 2 as a 9mm Luger spent casing.
And are these the items that you collected while on the scene?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 51 and State's Exhibit 52 into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Feely, to 51 and 52?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted.
Now, can you please use these gloves and publish first State's Exhibit 51? You can just open the box, you don't have to take it out.
Am I showing this one again?
Yeah, you can tilt it and show it, or if you want to take it out. Let the record reflect the witness is publishing State's Exhibit 51. And in State's Exhibit 52, that's just a shell casing, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is 52. Am I showing this one again?
Yeah, you can tilt it and show it, or if you want to take it out. Let the record reflect the witness.
So I think it would work through Ms. Crutchfield. She just needed to go to slideshow. She wasn't using slideshow within PowerPoint. If whoever's going to do it.
Got it. Okay. So we talked about State's Exhibit 13. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 14?
14 is the exterior of the front door for unit C7.
And then 15?
15 is a close-up showing which unit we're looking at, C7.
If you will hit, does it say stay mute? What's on your screen there?
Stay muted.
Stay muted.
Okay.
And then you can just look at the screen. It should be what they're asking. You're welcome to look at the hard copies, however you want to do it, but the screen should be the same thing.
Thank you.
Sure.
State's Exhibit 16, what are we looking at here?
This is a close-up for suspected blood on the exterior of the door frame.
And State's Exhibit 17?
This is inside the apartment, just by the front door.
18?
It's still in that front room, panning up to get overall photographs of the inside.
And this is as you are standing at the front door?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 19?
This is continuing to the right, looking at that first room inside, just inside the apartment.
State's Exhibit 20?
Continuing again towards the TV in that front room.
21?
Continuing again, you can see the hall on the right-hand side.
And what was at the end of that hall?
The bedrooms were down the hall. I believe the master bedroom was on the far left.
What's in State's Exhibit 22?
There's medical equipment and suspected blood with towels looking towards the dining room from that first room entering the apartment.
23?
This is looking further down that hallway with more suspected blood in those towels.
24?
This is another angle for looking towards the dining room from that first room at the suspected blood and towels.
How about 25?
You can see the dining room on the left. It is still in that first room of the apartment, panning over towards the kitchen.
26?
This is including the first room in the apartment looking down the hallway as well.
27?
This is further down the hallway towards the master bedroom. You can see suspected blood on the floor.
Okay. And 28?
So this is more of a close-up 90-degree photo of the hallway with suspected blood.
29?
This is at the end of the hallway with several items scattered on the ground and suspected blood.
And where are you walking at this moment?
So this is coming straight from the front door of the apartment down the hallway. You can see the entrance to the master bedroom on the left-hand side.
30?
This is another photograph at the end of the hallway with items on the ground.
As you're walking into the bedroom?
Correct.
31?
This is the entryway to the master bedroom on the far left. This is just the floor entering that bedroom.
32?
This is just inside that master bedroom, still looking at the floor.
How about 33?
This is in the master bedroom, the foot of the bed, panning mostly towards the floor.
And what is that on the ground suspected?
There is suspected blood at the foot of the bed.
And what is that black structure to the left of the photo?
It appears to be his TV stand.
Moving to 34?
This is a more direct view of the TV stand, so the TV would be facing the right.
Now, there's a 2 in the corner of that photo. What is that?
There is. That would be evidence marker number 2, depicting a 9mm casing, spent casing.
Moving on to 35?
This is the master bedroom as it pans right towards the closet.
36?
The floor of the master bedroom adjacent to the right side of the bed.
37?
The master bedroom, it's one of the corners of the bed.
Moving on to 38?
Still the master bedroom, it's looking more towards the foot of the bed. You can see the suspected blood on the floor as well.
39?
Still the master bedroom at the foot of the bed, still looking at the floor. You can see the suspected blood at the bottom of the photograph.
And 40?
This is the master bedroom floor. You can see the bottom of the bed on the left-hand side and the TV stand on the right.
So this is a different angle?
This is, yes. This is looking towards the entry door for the master bedroom.
41?
This is you can see the bed on the right-hand side At the top of the photograph is the TV stand. So the entrance to the master bedroom would be on the left side.
And so that purported blood on the floor, that's towards the door, not the corner where the shell casing is, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to 42.
So this is still the master bedroom floor. As you're looking at the door to the master bedroom, so you see the bed on the left, suspected blood at the foot of the bed, and then the TV stand on the right.
43.
This is now on the left side of the bed. So we're still in the master bedroom. TV stand is on the left, the bed is on the left, and the far wall is on the right.
Moving on to 44.
So this is more that far bedroom wall on the right-hand side. So the bed would be to the left as well as the TV stand and the door.
And 45.
This is still the master bedroom on that far corner with the bed, the door, and the TV stand on the left. You can see evidence marker number 2 a little closer, depicting the 9mm spent casing.
46.
This is a close-up photograph of evidence marker number 2, depicting the 9mm spent casing.
And then 47.
This is right in front of the TV stand. You can see the entrance to the master bedroom, the top left corner. You can also see the suspected blood on the floor on the left-hand side.
Can you see from far away also a defect in the TV stand?
Yes, on the center bottom shelf, at the bottom left corner, you can see a suspected bullet defect.
48.
This is a close-up photograph with a scale depicting the defect of a suspected bullet in that TV stand in that bottom center compartment.
49.
This is a more of a mid-range photograph of that same suspected bullet defect in the center bottom console or the compartment for the TV stand.
Okay, what are we at now at 59?
This is a photograph depicting evidence marker number 1 on the kitchen counter, which is the black Taurus G3 rendered safe.
And 60?
Panning farther to the rest, still to the right, still on the kitchen counter, is evidence marker number 1, the Taurus.
What are we looking at, 61?
So this is more of a close-up photograph of evidence marker number 1. You can see the ejected magazine on the left-hand side, the black Taurus G3 on the right, and then the single intact live round 9mm at the top, sort of the top of the screen.
62?
This is a close-up photograph of the magazine where you can see how many rounds are still in the magazine.
63? Oops, sorry. Hold on, sorry. 63?
Close-up of the actual firearm, the Taurus G3, as evidence marker number 1.
64?
This is the same firearm, just flipped on the opposing side to see the serial number near the slide.
65?
This is a close-up for the serial number on that Taurus G3. This is a close-up showing the model of the firearm.
That's 66. Moving on to 67.
This is looking at the rest of the kitchen. So the firearm would be on the left-hand side on that counter next to the sink.
And 68.
Panning farther to the right, this is the opposing counter of the kitchen and the stove.
We're looking at 69.
So this is the dining area. If you were to walk directly out of the kitchen, this would be the shot of the dining table.
70.
This is panning left from the dining table. You can see the suspected blood in the towel that was seen from the entry room of the apartment.
Now, did you also take a picture of Kinesia McCrary?
I did.
And what are we looking at in 71?
So this is a photograph of her from head to toe from the front.
72.
This is still showing her and from head to toe from the front.
73.
This is showing her head to toe from the back.
74.
These are the palms of Miss McCrary.
And 75.
And then these are just the back sides of her hands.
Why did you take pictures of the palms of her hands?
It's customary when we do the gunshot residue kit, we do take photographs of the hands. Any photographs will be taken of anyone on scene that was involved that may have any items of evidence. So her hands had a little bit of blood on the bed of her fingernails. So I was photographing that and documenting it.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Ms. Feely?
Yes. Thank you.
Questions for the crime scene technician?
Good afternoon. So you were responding to this location in between investigated gunshot or shooting, is that right?
Correct.
And so you, as a crime scene technician, have training with processing these types of crime scenes, right?
Correct.
This wasn't your first shooting investigation, right?
It was not.
And so as you talked about, you document, collect, and preserve it.
Correct.
And you did that in this case.
Correct.
And you, in fact, wrote a report about it as well, right?
I did.
A very thorough report.
Thank you.
And the photographs that were published, particularly states 38 or somebody 21 to 31, they show blood throughout the home. And those are that's the blood of the shooting victim, is that right?
It's suspected blood that I see on scene. I didn't run any tests on it to determine whose or what it is.
You took pictures of it
I photographed it as I saw it, yes.
because it was part of what you were investigating, is that right?
Yes, it appeared to be.
And you took photographs of the purported shooter as well, right?
I took pictures of someone who was involved and detained on scene.
You were so thorough that you even took a picture of her finger where there was some good suspected blood under her fingernail, is that right?
I took general photographs of her hands, yes.
And I'm repeating you what's reminders, there's 1 and 2 or 3. These are the photographs that you took of someone you said was involved, right? Suspected to be involved.
Yes.
But you were never asked to take pictures of any injuries of that person, is that right?
At the time, I believe I was not made aware of other potential injuries. I was just made aware of her hands.
And so you photographed everything that you saw of evidentiary value on that scene, right?
Yes.
Now, in one of, well, actually several of the exhibits, you mentioned a shell casing. Is that right?
There was one spent 9mm casing labeled as evidence marker number 2.
And where was the location of that shell casing?
Master bedroom floor.
What does the location of that shell casing tell you about where the shooter was, if anything?
It potentially indicates the shooting occurred in the master bedroom because the casing ejects from the firearm immediately as it's being fired.
And then you mentioned the suspected bullet in the TV stand, is that right?
Defect, suspected bullet defect on the TV stand.
And then what, if anything, does it tell you this location of the bullet and shell casing? What, if anything, does it tell you about the location of the person shot?
The way that the bullet travels through the TV stand could indicate where the bullet was initially fired from, shot from, and then that in reference with where the shell casing was recovered indicates where the gun was fired.
Where the shooter was, right?
Correct.
But it doesn't tell you anything about where anyone else in the room might have been,
Not necessarily.
or anyone in the hallway might have been.
No.
Now, fair to say, there was at least one more bullet that didn't end up in the nightstand. Is that fair?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So there was a bullet in the nightstand, right? A defect.
There's a defect, yes.
And then there was a shooting victim, right?
There's a victim, yes.
So there was based on your investigation, 2 shots fired.
Objection, Your Honor. A, she already testified that she was a crime scene technician, not the lead investigator. Counsel keeps using the word investigation. She didn't do an investigation, so this is outside the scope of her testimony and also outside the scope of the direct.
Well, overruled as to the latter, this witness can explain the scope of her responsibilities. You can use the verb you want, but you can ask your question again.
Now, I might have misunderstood, but I thought that your title was crime scene investigator.
It is a crime scene technician.
So, going back to, there was a defect in the nightstand. So there was a bullet fired and it ended up in the nightstand. Is that right?
I did not end up recovering the actual projectile. So as far as I'm aware, that is a potential bullet defect that traveled through the nightstand. So I don't know where that particular one necessarily ended up. Could have been the floor under the TV stand, the floor below. I know that it traveled through and I was unable to recover that projectile.
So where it could have ended up is in relation to that nightstand, right? It wasn't like outside or anything.
I mean, it could have gone through the floor, in which case it would have been outside the apartment, but sure.
But that bullet did not hit anyone because it hit the nightstand. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation, as the bullet could have gone through the leg and hit the nightstand.
Oh, she can explain that. You can answer the question.
I cannot tell you where it went beforehand. I know that it did leave the gun, and then on a separate occasion, it did enter the nightstand.
And you did not collect any other projectiles, is that right?
I did not collect any projectiles, meaning the actual bullet that left the gun. I did collect one spent casing.
But there was someone who was hit by a bullet that, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So you were not asked to take any photographs of anyone else on scene, is that right?
To my knowledge, there was no one else on scene that I was made aware of that was involved in that incident.
What question I have this time around?
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors for the crime scene technician? Thank you. All right, counsel, I will see you out in the hallway. Ladies and gentlemen, sit tight. This is not a break. I just need to run through these questions with the lawyers, and then I will be right back and pose some to our witness. So first, why do that options too? Got everyone back? Excellent. Did you see a gun lockbox anywhere in your examination of the apartment?
A Glock lockbox?
Gun lockbox.
No.
Gun, so fire, a lockbox, you would store a gun in, nothing to do with brand or make or model of gun, but
I don't recall, so if I did see one, I would have taken a photograph of it.
were you able to tell, is this something you would have done as part of your processing of the scene? How many live rounds, so cartridges, were in the magazine of the firearm, and thus how many weren't in there? If it was a 10-round magazine and there were 6 in it?
So I did take the photograph to initially document that, where you can see roughly how many are still in the magazine. I know there was the one that was ejected upon clearing the firearm. We do have all of the live rounds that were collected with the gun still in the box here, which I believe was 10 rounds altogether, including the live round, which was ejected to make it safe.
Are you able to tell by looking at the photograph of the magazine, or the magazine, if it's sitting in there, the capacity of the magazine?
It was on the photograph. I don't remember which one, but it was published as one of these photographs.
63,
Yeah, 62
62?
indicates, try not to lose all these papers.
We can put it on the screen too. Can we
Okay,
put
I'm
up
not
62,
sure with
please?
the, how dark printed out. I don't know if it's on.
If the magazine is in that box, you're also welcome
Yeah, I
to
guess I can put this.
take a look at that.
So this indicates 15, potentially 16 rounds can fit into the magazine. Do we need the number of live rounds?
Please?
Ten live rounds.
So there would have been 9 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber when you or someone in your presence cleared the gun.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how the gun ended up on the counter where you found it? Without saying someone told me X.
I did not physically witness how the gun ended up there.
It's where it was when you got there.
When I arrived on scene, that is where the gun was.
Okay. Did you gather any information about who belonged to which shoes? And there's a bunch of flip-flops or Crocs, house shoes in that hallway. Was that part of the work you did to figure out those shoes belong to this person and the other shoes belong to another person?
I was not made aware of any information pertaining to the shoes in the house, nor did I make any investigation to do so.
Okay. And finally, were you asked by an investigator or anyone else to try to determine where the shooter was when a shot or shots were fired?
I was not asked to determine the exact location of a shooter. It really would give me an indication of where the gun was, not necessarily much about the shooter. But all evidence that I had would pertain to where the gun was fired.
Okay.
I didn't make actual investigations to figure out that exact location.
Okay, but let's follow up on that thread. Based on the work you did, where did that tell you the gun was when it was discharged?
Around the foot of the bed. So the cartridge ejects to the right. So with the cartridge to the right, they'd be at the foot of the bed, aiming more towards the left side of the TV stand at a very low angle to show exactly how that bullet traveled through the TV stand, it would have been obviously up with the casing to the right.
Ms. Beza, any follow-up with this witness based on those questions?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
You always say briefly. Mm.
You testified in regard to the lockbox and taking pictures of the lockbox, or not taking pictures, or not seeing a lockbox. Did you take pictures of the interior of the closet?
I took overall photographs of the entire apartment, including the closet.
Did you take pictures of every single portion of the interior of the bedroom closet?
I don't recall moving much. So I mean, I didn't see every single square inch of that closet.
You could have missed the lockbox.
It is very possible.
No further questions? Brief.
This one was. Ms. Feely, any follow-up for the crime scene technician?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch now. That clock is directionally correct, meaning it's afternoon, it's not yet 1. And we're going to use it as my timer. And I'd like to get you back here by 1:20, so a 1-hour lunch break. And then you can let me know when we reconvene if that was enough time based on how far you need to go and get back. If it was too much time, you were waiting for 15 minutes and we could have started earlier. But we'll start with an hour for lunch and we can adjust it for Wednesday to more time if you need it or a little less time. And then we'll reconvene. During this lunch break, it's fine if you eat together. You don't have to eat as a group of 14. We don't escort you to a place and you eat as a unit. If you are together, don't talk about the case. Talk about anything else. Don't talk about the case. No outside research. You have demonstrated a great ability to have questions and ask them. Do it that way and not any other way. In the future, I don't know that this might have been in the email you got last night. You're also free to bring your lunch. That refrigerator can refrigerate things. You will have great trouble getting into the building a metal fork or knife. So don't bring that. And I think glass won't come in either. And so if you've got your little bit of casserole and a glass thing, it will stay on the other side of the security wall and won't be able to come in with you. But if you can bring it in Tupperware and you want it cooled in a refrigerator and then you heat it in a microwave, those appliances are for you. Any logistical questions before we break for 1 hour? No? Thank you for your time so far.
All right, for the jury. I thought she took us on the possibility.
All right, before we break, I want to get one thing on the record. We talked about it out in the hallway, but I will make as a court's exhibit all of the questions submitted by the jurors, whether they are asked or not. And I will limit our hallway conversations to situations where there is one or more questions from jurors where I'm not quite sure whether you all might have an objection. But if it's clear that there's an issue with the question or the reverse, it's clear that the question is not objectionable, then I'll manage that from here and we'll have a better flow with the witnesses. They good? Okay. As the jurors were walking out, some device made some noise. It doesn't bug me so much, but it just can't happen while we've got a witness on the stand. I think it's yours, Mr. Lawson. So you need to figure out over the break how to make it not make noise. Well, I don't think it's Ms. Rios's or Ms. Feely's, but there's something that makes a little alert, and we need to make sure that doesn't happen. during the proceedings. Ms. Beza, anything from the state before we break?
No, Your Honor.
We're going to start with Ms. McCrary. I'd like to talk with her maybe before the jurors come in about if she needs a break, she should ask for it, but that would mean then she's already on the stand before the jurors. That's the thing making the noise. It looks like it's your thing and not anyone else's, Mr. Lawson. Is that a different phone? Okay, so I should have been clear. Every single phone you have, all 12 of them should be off.
But you turn.
Okay, as long as it's off, you can have 12 phones, just they need to not make any noise. I don't need to do that. I just thought it would be helpful, Ms. Beza, if I explain that, you know, if she needs a break, she can ask for one. I know this will be difficult. It's probably better for everyone if I don't do that with the juror sitting right there. But then rather than make her leave, do that and say, now step back outside. My suggestion was we start with her. She'll stand up when the jurors come in and she'll be sworn in. But it seemed like that would be a helpful exchange.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll have her back early.
Are you all right with that? I don't need to do that. If you've got everything under control, you got me a little worried as you appropriately flagged for everyone your concern about Ms. McCrary's ability to get through this process. And having seen her on film now, I understand a little more.
I'll bring her, 10 minutes early or 5 minutes early?
5 minutes is plenty early. It's not going to be a long conversation.
Yeah.
As long as she's here at 1:20, we'll do that and then bring the jurors in, if you're all right with that.
I am. I think that would be beneficial.
Okay. Ms. Rios.
Small question about the text. My understanding was that I can answer the questions of if she remembers seeing a text, and if she says no, then I can show the text, but just the part to show that the text was received.
So it's sort of an evolutionary process.
Yeah.
It may be after direct exam, you don't want to get into it all on cross. But you're free to talk with Ms. McCrary about communications she and Mr. Lawson had. I suspect on direct, we'll be hearing a lot about communications that the pair had. You can ask her, did you ever get a text? Really the rub for me is not that it was a text or that it was handed over late. It's the, you are abusing me. I'm the victim. Again, maybe true statements, but that's exculpatory for him. It's self-serving for him, and meaning Mr. Lawson. And that takes it outside of the exception to hearsay of what we'll call party opponent, but a defendant. If you want to get that part of it in, that would need to come in through Mr. Lawson taking the stand. And then he could say, I said these things. The text wouldn't come in automatically. If his credibility is attacked, then as a prior consistent statement, you could say, here's the text. Isn't this what you sent? But in engaging with Ms. McCrary, we'll need to see how her direct exam goes. If she doesn't deny that, hey, sometimes I yelled at him, and so we had back and forths, then the part that I have identified as self-serving is what would need to be kept out. Not that they communicated, and maybe not even "I love you" or something like that. I mean, they had a kid together. I'm hoping that was part of the relationship at one point.
The part of him saying that, well, is there any, what I'm asking is that if she says she did not receive a text, am I able to impeach her saying that there was a text from that morning?
So you could certainly show her the text to refresh her recollection.
Yeah.
That in fact she got a text. I don't recall that saying when it was sent, but maybe it has.
It is.
Okay, it's all on there. And so again, the fact that the text was sent, if that's the state's objection, overrule. What I heard Ms. Beza, I think it was Ms. Beza, one of the prosecutors expressing concern about was the self-serving part of it, where that doesn't end around that hearsay exception. So had he said, you're going to get what's coming to you, that could come in.
Yeah.
But I'm the victim of your verbal abuse and whatever the language was, that needs to come in through Mr. Lawson's under oath testimony so it can be cross-examined. It's just the confrontational rights that the state enjoys as well, as a party to this litigation. So, yes to your question. If she says, I never got a text from him that day, or whatever the timing was, you sure about that? I am sure. What's this? Oh, yeah, I did get a text. That's impeaching her, but without getting into the substance of the text.
Got it.
I think there's some of what's in that text you could engage her on, but you'll want to share that with Ms. Beza in advance. I'm only going to ask her about these lines and these lines so that Ms. Beza can have an opportunity to share with me if she thinks that even that stuff would be something that ought not to come in because it is somehow self-serving or exculpatory for Mr. Lawson. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not trying to make it murky, but it's also hard to know
What she's
what she's going to say.
Yes. We'll
Okay.
see how it goes.
Yep. All right. Ms. Beza, anything more you want to add about the text?
At this moment, no, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Crutchfield, did you have anything else? You were just stretching. Okay. Anything else from the defense before we break? Mr. Lawson? So that clock, when it says 1:20, so 50 minutes, 50 minutes from now, I hope to be out here seeing you and your lawyers and Ms. McCrary. Yeah, but 1:20 on that clock, not on your watch. So you may want to set a timer for 45 minutes. Hey, you can have your phone on during breaks. Just when you're in here, it needs to not make any noise. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's go back on the record in State versus Lawson. We are done with our lunch break. Everyone is here, prosecutors, Mr. Lawson, his lawyers, and are you Ms. McCrary?
I am Ms. McBurney.
Hey, I'm Judge McBurney. Nice to meet you. I asked Ms. Beza and Ms. Crutchfield to have you come in before the jury came out so that we could talk for a second. I understand that testifying about this situation might be emotionally difficult. I get that. You might need a break. I need you to work with me about when those breaks should happen, because we need to try to minimize you getting too emotional in front of the jury. That is not me telling you you can't be sad or upset or hurt by things, because what happened was very traumatic to lots of people involved. But we just want to try to minimize you completely shutting down in front of the jury. So if you feel something like that is coming on and you want to take a break, if you'd let me, or if you're in the midst of answering one of Ms. Beza's questions or a question from one of the defense attorneys and you need a break, just let me know and we'll take that break. So I want to be clear. I'm not saying you have to be stoic and have no reaction to anything. You're going to be you. But you will know more so than anyone else in here if something's about to happen where it would be better if you stepped outside. And then when you have recomposed, then we can just pick up where we left off. Does that seem fair?
This way.
Okay, all right. Ms. Beza, anything else you want me to cover with Ms. McCrary before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios, will you be, whichever one of you is going to be working with Ms. McCrary on cross-exam? Anything else we need to cover at this point? Okay, all right. Then, Ms. Beza, anything before the jury comes in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios? All right, then if you don't mind standing up with the rest of us while the jurors come in, the deputy will need to swear you in while you're standing before we get started, okay? Thank you. You all can actually sit as you're welcome to stay standing, but as you come in, you can take your seats. We're waiting for you all to sit.
All jurors are present in the counter for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, hope your lunch break was long enough. Was there anyone for whom an hour was not enough? Great. Maybe we'll try 55 minutes next time, see if we can fit it in. We'll see how much progress we make today with the state's case. We left off in the midst of the state's case. Ms. Beza is about to call the state's next witness, who's already in court. We had to talk about a couple things outside your presence. but we're ready to continue. Ms. Beza, if you would call the next witness, please.
The state calls Tanisha McCrary.
All right, and Ms. McCray, you're already here. You don't need to walk in, but if you'd stand so that Deputy Gordon can swear you in, please.
Raise your right hand. Do swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Go ahead, have a seat. Court chair, please. Have you stated spelling your name in the record?
State and spell it.
Yes, please.
Kanicia McCrary, KANESSIAMCCRARY.
How old are you, Ms. McCrary?
I am 34.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I have 3.
What are their current ages and their names?
I have a 15-year-old, Carmen McCrary, a 9-year-old, Anthony Prather, and a 5-year-old, Aiden McCrary.
Work?
Yes, I do.
What type of work do you do?
Administrator,
Where?
DSV.
What is DSV?
It's shipping freight, airplane parts, car parts.
How long have you done that for?
3 years.
Where did you work before?
Before I started working there, I was at home, but after that, I worked at DHL.
What is DHL?
DHL also shipping out clothing items, and I was actually in leadership for the pick and pack area.
You know a person by the name of Larry Lawson?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
That is my son's father. My last son, my 5-year-old.
Aiden.
Yes, Aiden.
And please look around the courtroom. Do you see him in the courtroom today? And if you do, please ID him and identify piece of clothing that he is wearing.
I do. He's sitting on that side with, I believe it's gray jacket.
What color shirt?
No.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
She has.
Now, Ms. McCrary, around when did you meet the defendant?
May of 2018.
How?
We worked on Oakley Industrial near Union City, both in the warehouse, doing the same thing.
So you and him worked at the same place?
Yes, that's correct.
Co-workers?
Co-workers.
And when did you start dating?
We started dating actually on his birthday, May 15th
What year?
of 2018.
Now, I want to talk about your relationship with him. Throughout your relationship with him, could you please tell the jury what, if any, verbal abuse that you ensued?
Yes, mainly when he was intoxicated.
And what would happen when he was intoxicated?
Sometimes he would be good, sometimes he would be loud and name calling,
What names did he call you?
BITCH, and he would also call me his ex-wife name.
Now, when he calls you a BITCH, how did that make you feel?
Hurt.
Why?
Hurt, because this is my son's father and he's degrading me.
And would this happen throughout your relationship?
Mainly when he was intoxicated.
So how often, if you could even guesstimate or estimate?
Mainly on Fridays, he would like to go and get a drink. Or he would go out with to Austell with his friend. Or he would go to the package store and purchase liquor.
And you also said that he called you his ex-wife's name.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no, sorry?
Yes.
Tell me how that affected you, if at all.
It was one of those things where it was like, I'm basically telling, I'm not her. I don't know what you've been through. Like, well, he told me what he went through, but I'm not her.
Now, in the summer of 2021, was there an incident that happened while grocery shopping and thereafter?
Yes, a gentleman had approached me and
he basically said that he really didn't want to talk to me. He got upset. We was at Sam's Club and Costco in Peachtree City. He began driving crazy.
You said he, who are you referring to?
Mr. Lawson.
You said he was driving crazy. Whose car was he driving?
He was driving my vehicle.
Why didn't you drive?
He was already in the driver's seat. I had placed the groceries in the car, and yeah, we left the grocery store.
And when he was driving erratically, how long was he driving erratically for?
Let's see, we left Costco. We was at Costco that day, and I'm trying to see how far it is, like from the Costco to the golf like area. I want to say like 5 minutes. He was speeding, going around other vehicles and yelling.
And how did that, what were you doing when you were?
I was bracing myself the entire time. And I started screaming. I did start screaming. I started screaming for my dad. I was just calling my dad name. No, my phone flew somewhere and I was just screaming.
How did that make you feel?
Upset.
Scared at all?
I was terrified.
Now, in the summer of 2022, was there an incident that happened in regards to any kind of physical?
Altercation. His son was visiting, and my daughter, he was inside the bedroom taking a nap, and I was doing laundry. My daughter came to me and told me that his son, they had a disagreement. They're
How
kids.
old was his son approximately at the time?
Diego, I want to say probably 8.
So two children had a disagreement.
Disagreement, completely fine. I woke him up, told him what was going on, and to see if we could get to some common ground and let them know like, hey, but Mr. Lawson pinned me down on the bed in the bedroom, and he was on top of me, and he placed his body weight on top of me where I could not move.
And how did you feel when he did this?
Afraid.
So then what happened?
After that, he contacted, I told him he needed to contact his son's mother so she could come and get him. And he did, and she did. She came and she got him. And I ended up leaving and going to my parents' house.
Now, when he was pinning you down on the bed, was he saying anything, if you remember?
You're not stronger than me.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September 7th of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you live at that time?
In the apartments that on Welcomar Road.
5100.
5100 Welcomar Road.
And what apartment number did you live at?
C7.
In September 7th, 2022, who lived in that apartment with you at that time?
It was my 3 kids and also Mr. Larson.
And at that time, how old were your children?
Aiden, 2, Anthony, 6, Carmen, 12.
Now, prior to around 7 p.m., could you please tell the jury kind of what was happening during that time?
Sure. I had just gotten my kids fed they had dinner, went over homework, they had their baths. I was getting our son that we share together, Aiden, ready for bed, and I was sitting on the bottom of his toddler bed, putting lotion on him, and Mr. Lawson came home intoxicated.
And backing up a little bit, September 7th, 2022, is that a school night, Wednesday? You remember, was it a school night?
A school night, because I do recall going over a project with my son.
So the defendant came home intoxicated.
Yes.
Where were you when he came home?
I was in the bedroom on my son's toddler bed, putting lotion on him, getting him, he just got out the bathtub.
And how do you know that he was intoxicated?
I could smell the alcohol on him. And it's a certain alcohol that he drinks, which is Seagram's gin, and he smelled just like it. And he was sweating, slurring, and like stumbling.
What happens next?
He goes into the bedroom, the closet. He closes the door. He places on his pajamas, and he leaves back out. And goes into the living room to lay down.
Now, when he goes into the bedroom and lays on his pajamas, where are you?
I'm still in the bedroom.
Same bedroom?
The
as
same
father.
bedroom, still tending to our son.
And where are the two eldest children, 6 and 12?
They're in their bedroom.
And where are the bedrooms located?
When you first go down the hallway, it's their bedroom, my oldest bedroom, and my bedroom is right after.
What happens next?
Afterwards, Mr. Lawson comes back inside of the bedroom and he goes back in the closet. He closes the closet door and he places on the same clothes that he had just taken off.
Anything at this point?
I asked him where he's going, and he said he's heading back out, but he was stumbling. So I told him, when I finish getting our son dressed, what I'll do is I could take you to wherever you need to go, or, you could just wait. But he refused.
What happened next?
He told me that he would be right back. And so I got up, and he was stumbling down the hallway, and I got in front of the door, the main door, so he couldn't leave. And I asked him to give me my car keys.
So at this time, you're at the front door. Where is the defendant?
He's he's in the hallway area. And he's telling me that he'll be right back. And I'm telling him, no, you're gonna hurt somebody. You're gonna hurt somebody, or you're gonna hurt yourself. You're too intoxicated to be driving.
Where is Aiden, the 2-year-old, and the other 2 children at this point?
My oldest, Carmen, she had got them and taken them into the bedroom with her.
The kids' bedroom?
The kids' bedroom, yes, correct. Yes.
You're in front of the door, he's stumbling down the hallway. What happens next?
He states to me, I'm not going anywhere and you're not going anywhere. And he sits down, but he still have the car keys. And I said, well, okay, that's fine. We're both not going anywhere. Let me get the keys. And
I'm sorry, where does he sit down?
he sit down in the single chair that's like close to the door.
The dining room area?
Not the dining room area, but the living room area.
What happens next?
Afterwards, the name calling began. He started calling me out of my name, BICCH, saying that I'm just like his ex-wife, and then calling me his ex-wife name.
Then what happens?
Then he gets up, he grabs me, throws me, and he's on top of me in the living room. And my head is facing the TV stand, and he's on top of me. He punches me in my ear. He hits me in my, he punches me, hit me in my lip, busting my lip, and he takes his forearm and places it in my neck, and he's pressing down.
Now I want to back up just a little bit, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 76 and 77, showing it to defense first for demonstrative purposes only. Please look at States Exhibit 76 and 77. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those photos to be?
My dining room area and my living room area.
Now, were those photos taken the exact same day of the incident?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. But are those photos a demonstrative of how your living room and dining room area?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you have to make me finish the question just so the court reporter can finish.
Okay.
How it usually is set up.
Yes.
The difference is in States Exhibit 77, was there something located in the middle of the floor towards the bigger couch during the day of the incident?
A blow-up mattress.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to publish States Exhibits or enter into evidence States Exhibits 76 and 77.
Ms. Rios, any objection to the admission and future publication of 76 and 77? They're both admitted.
Publishing first, States Exhibit 77. Now, You just testified that at the time you're at the door and he has your car keys, and you're like, don't leave. You said he sits somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Where does he sit?
In this chair here. He's sitting there.
The record reflects she's pointing to the chair at the bottom of the screen.
Yes.
So he's sitting at the chair and you're by the front door. Where's the front door? We don't see it in this picture, but where's the front door located in reference to this picture?
It's on the other side of this chair, on that wall right here.
But the record reflects that the witness is pointing to the left, the two-person chair.
Great. The screen is also a touch screen. If she's going to be doing lots of indicating, she can also make marks on the touch screen, whatever's your preference. Okay.
So you're by the door, he's sitting on the chair. Let's go through what happens next.
And now, okay, so I'm by the door and I'm telling him to just hand me the keys, or if you don't want me to take you where you have to go, you can always, I'm letting him know you can always just walk, but you don't need to drive. You're gonna hurt somebody or you're gonna hurt yourself. And he wasn't going for that. That's when BICCH, he's Tina, you're acting just like her, and etc. He becomes irate.
Then what happens?
He gets up from the chair and he grabs me by my shoulders, and we ended up falling. And when I fell, my head was in front of the TV and my feet were down this way, and he was on top of me.
So are you laying on your back, your stomach, your side?
I'm laying on my back.
So when he's on top of you, what happens next?
He punches me in my ear. He punches me in my lip, which caused my lip to be busted. And he takes his forearm and he places it in my neck, and he's pushing down, and it's making it hard for me to breathe.
Now, did you lose consciousness?
I didn't, but I felt lightheaded, and I heard my daughter coming in and she was screaming, "Get off my mom."
You're on the floor and you said you hear your daughter.
Mhm.
What happens next?
After I hear my daughter telling him to get off my mom, something I was able to, like, you gotta get up. I was telling myself, you have to get your kids out in here.
Your
kids
daughter
out in
said,
here.
"Get off my mom." Were you still pinned on the ground?
I was still pinned on the ground, and he pushes her. She didn't fall, but I want to say she stumbled back because he was still on top. And when he finally did get up, I was able to get up.
So when he pushes Carmen, you say daughter, you mentioned two sons and a daughter. This is a 12-year-old.
Yes, this is my 12-year, my oldest.
When he pushes Carmen, he's on top of you, he pushes her. Do you see where she went?
I was watching her through my peripheral, like.
What happens next?
I go into my bedroom and I close and lock the door.
Why do you do that?
Safety. Let me backtrack. I checked my kids' bedroom door to make sure it's locked because they were in the bedroom. I tell them to play something. I scream out to tell them to play something up under the door. I don't know what, just something. I didn't know what was next. So I go in my bedroom and I close and lock my door. And Mr. Lawson was at the door, and I could hear that he had something to open up the bedroom door. So I go in my closet where I keep my gun safe on the top shelf in the closet, and I get the key. I got a key. I got my key and I opened it and I grabbed the gun
Why did you do that?
to protect myself and to protect my children because I felt something was gonna happen as Mr. Lawson was approaching me. Now at this point, my back is like, do we have a photo of my bedroom?
You can explain it while I pull it up.
As my back is near the window in the mirror in my son's toddler bed. And he's walking up towards me and he's telling me everybody gotta die one day.
Publishing States Exhibit 44. Can you please point to the jury where you were standing? Well, let's back up a little bit. At some point, you said you locked the door. Did there come a point in time where the defendant entered the room?
He did. He entered the room. He did.
Not that one. Now, can you please tell the jury in States Exhibit 44 where you were standing and where when the defendant entered the room?
I was standing here with my back against the wall.
Let the record reflect that the witness has pointed between the window and the mirror. So you're standing between by the window area with your back against the wall.
Yes.
Where's the gun?
I have it aimed, but I'm telling him to leave. And he's telling me no. And he's saying everybody gotta die one day. Everybody gotta die one day. And he reaches up. And when he reaches up, that's when I shot him. I aimed down and shot him in the leg.
Backing up a little bit, where was he when you shot him?
He was in, do we have another picture?
See.
Okay. Like the other picture, not sure.
In regards to States Exhibit 39.
Right, not that one, but the other one.
Okay, how about this one?
He was standing here.
Where that blood mark is?
Yes.
Okay.
He was standing here.
Publishing States Exhibit 40. So he's standing there, your back against the wall. He's approaching you. Everybody gotta die one day. Why'd you shoot him?
He acted as if he was gonna reach up and take the gun. Well, he reached up, like hand going towards the gun. So I aimed down. It's just let him know, like, okay, he's gonna. I don't know. He could take the gun, possibly kill me, possibly kill me. My thing was to protect my kids, myself. So I aimed down and I shot him in the leg.
What happens next?
He screams out. He's walking back towards the dining room area. And when he gets there, he sits down in the dining room, and I run where my phone was in the kitchen. I placed the gun down and I called 911.
Where do you place the gun?
On the table.
The table in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And you call 911. Prior to your testimony today, did you have an opportunity to listen to these 911 calls?
I did.
And how many calls are there that you called?
Twice.
Okay. I'm gonna first play States Exhibit 3.
Fulton County 911, what is the address of the emergency? Can I have the address, please? I need the address. What's the address, ma'am? Ma'am, can I have the address, please? Mama, no.
Please leave your message for. Please leave your message for. Please leave your message for.
Was that you on that 911 call?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to be playing State's Exhibit 1. Do you remember how that call disconnected?
I don't.
$911, what's the address of the emergency?
What's the address, ma'am? Oh my God, please! Apartment C7. Wait a minute, stop screaming because I can't understand you. He was trying to abuse me in front of my kids. I told him in the leg. He passed out. Okay, what's the address? 511 500 Welcome out Road, apartment C7. Please, she is in Charlie 7? Yes. Okay, hold on. She's down. Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay? Get you started. Ma'am, please. Okay, we got them on the way, okay? Just calm down so I can answer you some questions. They're already on the way for you, okay? Ma'am, please. Are you with him now? Are you with the patient now? Are you with him now? Okay, what's your name? Okay, I need you to, I can't understand you when you're screaming. Calm down so we can help him, okay? What's your name? Okay, I understand that. What's your name? What's your name? Okay, Tanisha, just calm down, okay? Calm down. I need to be able to talk to you. Okay, we're gonna help him. Are you with him now? You right there with him? How old is the patient? They're on the way. How old is the patient? What do I need to do, ma'am? How old is the patient? He's 47. Okay. Yeah, he's 47. He's losing a lot of blood. Okay, I understand. Just calm down and let me answer these questions. We're gonna get you some help. Is he awake? Is he awake? Yes, he's awake. He's halfway awake. Okay. They're on the way. Is he breathing? He's breathing. Okay. Larry! Hey! Hey, Larry! Ma'am? Kanisha? I'm about to pass out. Kanisha? She was attacking me. My lip is busted. Kanisha? When did this happen? Ma'am, please! When did this happen? When did it happen? How long ago? I don't know. He's intoxicated. Okay, is there any serious bleeding? Yeah, there's blood everywhere. Okay, is he responding? Is he responding to you? Ma'am, his eyes are closing. Okay. Okay, they're on the way for you. And what part of the body, Tanisha, what part of the body was injured? The leg? Yes. Okay. No. She was abusing me. Is there more than one wound, Tanisha? No, it's just one. All right, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? I thought it was a leg. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Kanisha, stop screaming and listen to me. Listen carefully so make sure we can do this right, okay? Get a clean, dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it. Okay. Well, ma'am, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Come on. Yeah. Ma'am, what do we need to do? Hello. Tanisha? Hello? Yeah. No, this is her sister. Okay. Tell me what. Okay, I need you to get a clean, dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it. We have the towel. Okay, now place it on the wound and press down firmly and don't lift it up to look. Where's the wound? Where's the wound? She said it was on his leg. Is it this one or which one? Okay, it's somewhere back here because it keeps falling out. Ma'am, how far is the police? Okay, they're on their way. Do you have the cloth on the wound? Yes. Okay, press it down firm. Don't lift it up to look. Just press it down very firmly without lifting that cloth. Can you tell me if the bleeding is under control? Is it bleeding through? Is it? No, it's not. It's okay. All right. He has those hands. We cannot. Okay, if it keeps bleeding, you're probably not pressing hard enough. Just remember to keep it firm and steady. Pressure on that wound.
Hard and steady. Hard and steady. Larry, it makes up. But come on, okay? Come on now. Come on, come on. Larry, stay with us now. He up. He up. He up. Larry.
Is there a commercial tourniquet available?
Do you have something, Lisa, that we can tell?
Do you have anything? Ma'am, does anyone there have a long piece of thick white cloth about 3 to 4 feet long?
Look,
you can use a bathrobe, belt, or a necktie, or a shirt.
Let me find. You got a nice, Lisa.
You got a belt?
Let me cut that string on that. Okay. Here's a nice. I need. Here's this nice couple. Okay. No, not that.
You have something?
Okay, I'm cutting. I got. Give me a minute, please. Please.
Do you have it?
Wait, I'm cutting it now. Okay, this was the part right here. Tie this around this leg. Tie it around this leg. Tight. Tie this around this leg, Lisa. That'll stop this bleeding. Oh, okay. I got nothing. You have a belt? You got a belt?
Okay, listen, place the cloth around the bleeding leg about 2 to 3 inches higher on his. You got it? Ma'am, are you listening to me? Ma'am.
No.
Okay, place the cloth. Are you tying the tourniquet now?
We're trying.
Okay, place it. Make sure it's 2 to 3 inches above the wound, okay?
Do you have a belt? Go over there and get them folks the firefighters. Where's the firefighters? Right across. Yeah, I got it. That's what they do. Here, I'm going. Let me go with you.
What are we doing? Do y'all have something?
Larry with me? Larry? Hello?
Yes. Did you find something? Do you have a tourniquet? Do y'all have a belt?
No.
A cloth, anything that you can tie around his leg?
Oh, okay. Okay, let me calm down. I'm coming down. Let me think.
Okay, this is what I need you to do now. I need you to place the cloth around the leg about 2 to 3 inches higher than the bleeding site. Okay?
I'm not sure exactly where he got shot.
Oh, okay.
For me. I'm flipping in blood.
You don't know where he's bleeding from?
I know, but if you can find a belt, we need to put as much pressure as we can on it. Please. Let me out.
You got something? Hello, ma'am? Hello, ma'am? Okay, you found the belt? Make sure it's 2 to 3 inches above the bleeding.
Hello?
Yes, make sure that it's 2 to 3 inches above the bleeding site. Okay? And then tie it as tight as you can. Just make sure you tie. You got it? As tight as possible down on the limb so that the knot is.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you got? What are you using? A belt?
Yes, it's a belt. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Just stay calm.
Just make sure that you tighten it as hard as you can, okay? And keep that towel pressed down firmly on that wound.
Press on the wound, on the wound, on the.
They're on the way. Tell them they're on the way, so they should be there in a moment.
They're on the way.
They should be pulling up now.
No, you're not. Okay. Get on that leg. Here you go. Hello? Hello?
Yes. Are they there?
Hello? I'm still here, ma'am.
Okay. They should be there. You see somebody there?
Okay, you there? All right, come on now. Come on. Ma'am, can somebody please get the fire? The fire is right. The police is coming. The police.
Yes, they're there. They have to wait for the police to come to the scene first. The police have to get there to clear it. Where's the gun?
It's so much blood.
Where's the gun that she was using?
It's in here.
Okay, y'all make sure you put that gun down.
Yes, she has. Trust me, it is down. It is down.
How's he doing? Is he alert?
He's fine. He's moaning. He's moaning. He's okay. Okay. I need to calm down. Oh my, calm down. Calm down. Please calm down. Nancy, calm down. I need you to be strong. You're going to be okay. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Tell me your name.
My name is LaTanya, L-A capital T-O-N-Y-A. Last name is Hopper, H-O-P-P-E-R.
Thank you.
My oldest sister.
Okay. All right. And what's your callback number? Any callback number?
I'm not worried about that. My phone number is 404-663-5169. So she's right.
I'm sorry, you said 44663?
Yes, ma'am. 5169.
Okay. Is somebody there yet, police, or anybody there yet?
Yes, the police is here.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have nobody holding the wound.
Okay, I can go.
Please, you got lost so much blood.
Yeah, they're coming, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. The police is there now, so they got it.
I'm fine, sir. I am fine. Ma'am, what did you say?
I can go ahead and hang up. I'm gonna disconnect and let you talk to the police, okay?
Okay.
All right, they'll be there in a moment.
He's 48. I'm sorry, ma'am, what did you say?
Yeah, go ahead. We're gonna disconnect.
Okay. Now, Ms. McCrary, was that your voice on the 911 call?
Yes,
And who was the second voice?
my sister, LaTanya Hopper.
Now, during that call, what were you doing?
Looking for something to tie around his leg to stop the bleeding. Also, my sister was helping me as well. When she went to look, I was down on the ground, like applying pressure to try to stop the bleeding.
And did the police respond?
They did.
Now, you testified that your lip was injured.
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury the injury to your lip?
It was bleeding and bruised. It was bruised.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 11, showing it to the defense first. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 11?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
My lip busted and bleeding.
And when was this picture taken?
This picture was taken the day after.
And who took this picture?
I took it.
And was it taken the morning after?
It was taken the morning.
Is there a timestamp on that picture?
It is.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of how your lip looked the morning after this incident?
Yes.
And at this time, the state moves into evidence State's Exhibit 11.
Ms. Rios, any objection to States 11? It's admitted.
Sharing it, publishing it to the jury at this time. And I'm also going to be publishing it as it's scanned a little dark by handing it to the jury to pass around. Can you please point on State's Exhibit 11 where your lip was busted? Let the record reflect the witness is pointing to what appears to be an injury to the left part of the picture on her lip.
Well, I'm not going to have the record reflect what you think it looks like, but she pointed to something on the photo.
And what did you point to on the photo?
My lip being busted.
And was that the injury that you sustained?
It is.
And how did you sustain that injury?
Mr. Lawson struck me. He hit me in my face and my lip.
Now, let's talk about when he had you pinned on the ground, did you have any external, meaning bruising you can see with your eyes, to the outside of your neck?
No,
Did you have any effects from him pinning you on the ground with his forearm?
it was hard to breathe.
And what, if any, effects did you have afterwards?
I had a sore throat, and when he punched me in my ear was hurting, as well as my lip.
Now, do you remember having a conversation with me prior?
Yes.
And do you remember that you told me that one of the effects that you had was your voice was raspy and you
Raspy.
needed water?
Yes,
And is that still the case from what your memory serves as today?
that's correct.
So afterwards, you had soreness to your neck and your voice was raspy and you felt like you needed water.
Right, yes.
Now, Ms. McCrary, why did you shoot him?
Because he was abusing me. He was hitting me.
Excuse me?
He was hitting me. He was abusing me
During that day?
during that day. Yes.
No further questions.
Ms. Rios, do you have questions for Ms. McCrary?
Right, I have in my hand what this has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 272, man.
State 72?
Yes.
Sure, and the lawyers have continuing authority to approach witnesses unless I tell you otherwise, so you're free to go back and forth.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, that is me.
Was that a photo taken of you on the day of the incident?
Yes.
And that would reflect any injuries you had that day?
That would reflect Mr. Lawson's blood.
Yes. This is a photo of you that day.
Yes.
And the piece exhibit 71. You recognize this photo?
Yes.
Was that also taken the day of the incident?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 32. You recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is this the photo of?
Bedroom.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear it yet.
Oh.
It's okay. If you'll get a little closer to the microphone, Ms. McCrary, it's a photo of what?
That is a photo of my bedroom.
Okay.
In my hand, State's Exhibit number 31. What is this a photo of?
That is a photo of the beach chair, or a scrap that I cut to use to sustain some of the bleeding from Mr. Lawson from the beach chair and his shoe.
Where was that beach chair located prior to it being there?
Near the bedroom door.
In the closet?
No, not near the closet, on the outside.
And you're saying, Ms. McCrary, from that green thing, the beach chair, that's what someone cut, maybe it was you, the strip that the 911 operator was talking about?
Yes. I had in my hand State's Exhibit 23. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
This is the other supplies that you were using to stop the blood.
Correct.
And I also have in my hand State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, that's my hallway.
Have in my hand State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's the hallway.
On September 7th, 2022, Larry wanted to end the relationship. Correct?
He stated that in a text message, but never did he come in.
Your Honor,
let her finish her answer, and that may lead to other answers, but, or other questions, but she was responding to your question. Did you finish or you had more?
No, it's more.
Keep going.
He sent a text message, which I did in fact respond back to. And also never did he come and pack any of his belongings.
He did express to you that he wanted to end the relationship.
He sent that in a text message.
And that was the morning of September 7th, 2022.
That was that morning.
Now you said on that day that he came home drunk, but you did not see him consume any alcohol.
I did not see him consume it.
Larry did try to leave the apartment that day.
When he was headed back out to go to the store.
And you stopped him.
Correct.
And you stopped him by standing in front of the door and blocking it.
Correct.
And you have several children who live in the house with you, correct?
Yes, I have 3.
And one of them was 2 years old at the time?
That's correct.
You did not keep your gun
No, it was locked up in a safe.
in your bedroom closet?
That's correct.
You had to put in a phone to get it out of the lockbox.
I have a key.
Or was the key kept?
The key was kept in one of my winter coats that was. That's correct.
And before that, you were able to check to make sure the children's door was locked.
Yes. I checked the kids' door, then I went in my bedroom. Which door are you referring to? My kids, my bedroom? Yes, it was locked.
And somehow the door became unlocked.
He was walking up to me saying, everybody gotta die one day.
Did you tell the officers that he said to you that everyone had to die that day?
Everything was going so fast, I do not recall. It was so much.
Don't talk over each other.
There was so much going on that day, I don't recall.
You don't remember if you told Officer Dickerson that he said everybody must die?
Objection asked and answered.
You can answer the question.
I do not recall.
And you don't remember if you told Officer Farrell if Larry said everybody must die?
I do not recall.
Now, you also said that when you pointed the gun at him, he tried to take the gun from you.
That's correct.
Tell Officer Dickerson that he tried to take the gun from you.
There was so much going on, like I was screaming, and I do not recall if I told him that if I was in the car or not.
So you don't recall, just make sure I understand, you don't recall if you said that while you were in the house?
Or in the car.
Or in the car?
Yes.
Pointed the gun at Larry and shot him in the. And after the shooting, there was a lot of blood everywhere.
Correct.
And so you were trying to clean up the area, find something to contain all the blood.
At what point? After I was. No, I wasn't worried about the blood. I was worried that was on the floor. I was worried about stopping the blood coming from his leg.
And there was so much going on at the time. You went back and forth into the bedroom.
I was looking for something to stop the blood.
Did you go back in the bedroom?
I don't recall.
Did your sister, do you know if they went back and forth in the bedroom?
I don't recall.
Any of your children?
They were in their bedroom.
So your sister and you were frantically looking for things to
Mhm.
stop the blood. You were going to the bedroom, correct?
I don't recall going in the bed. I was looking for something.
Yep.
Sorry.
One at a time, please.
Your sister came over before the police got
Yes,
there.
she.
Continue.
No, you.
That was it. Okay. Did your mom come over after?
My mom and sister arrived at the same time.
Okay. And that was before the police got to the location.
Yes.
You never told Officer Farrell that you were strangled.
I don't recall, but I do know I did tell for a fact. I do know I told him that I was being punched and abused.
And there was an EMS paramedic that came and checked you out.
Yes.
Never told her you were strangled.
My main concern was after they took the handcuffs off, were to get back inside the apartment to my 3 kids that were waiting on me.
Yes or no? Or in response to my question, did you?
I don't know because I'm not sure because I was ready to get back to my children.
You didn't complain about any raspiness to the EMS responder?
I don't recall because I was adamant about getting back to my kids that were waiting on me.
So you didn't complain about soreness to the EMS?
I just declined treatment so I could get back into my apartment to my kids. Then per the body cam as well.
Do you remember when Larry was at the hospital asking him for $500 for rent?
I remember him sending over money because he said that I wasn't working and I have his son. I don't. But he did send it and he told me that I do have my his son at the end of the day.
Spesa, any redirect?
Yeah. Mr. Curran, you were asked questions on cross-examination in regards to exhibits 72 and 71. Exhibits that the crime scene technician took of you on scene.
Yes.
In those exhibits, are they zoomed in on the injury on your lip?
No.
In fact, in one exhibit, 72, is your head turned to the side and not even showing where the injury was.
That's correct.
And the second exhibit, 71, is it a fair assessment that that picture is blurry?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked questions about how you did not see the defendant drink alcohol that night.
Correct.
How did you know that he was drunk?
You could smell it. He was sweating, slurring, stumbling.
You were asked questions on cross-examination about standing in front of the door. Where was the defendant initially when you were standing in front of the door before he grabbed you?
He was sitting down in that chair, in the single chair that's close to the door.
And lastly, you were asked questions about whether or not you told the EMS worker about the raspiness and, you know, the strangulation aspect of the attack. When you were in the car, how was your throat feeling?
When I was in the police, it was sore. I needed water.
And did you ask for water?
I did.
No further questions.
Ms. Rios, anything else?
You never called the police on Larry prior to the night of September 7th, 2022.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope of redirect. I hit 4 topics.
This is a federal court. I don't know that that applies to.
I just wanted to know how you were going to respond. You'd like to ask the question?
Yes, I would like to.
You can ask the question.
Okay. You never called the police before the night, before September 7, 2022.
Are we,
Later.
as far as, Mr. Lawson go?
Yes.
No.
In fact, the first time you called the police regarding to any situation with Larry is when you shot him.
That's correct.
That's all. Thank you.
All right. Questions from the jurors for Ms. McCrary? Just say, wow, that's a big set of questions, but it was pictures. It's still a big set of questions. All right. You're allowed to write more than one question on a card for future reference, just to save trees. Just write on one side. All right, you all be at ease for a minute. This is a healthy collection. Gotta talk with the lawyers. All right, we've got everyone. Okay. Ms. McCrary. The conduct you described on Mr. Lawson's behalf, that I think you described it as being abusive, whether it was verbal or otherwise, did that only happen when you perceived Mr. Lawson to have been drunk or intoxicated?
Yes.
Okay, so if he was not drinking, then the kinds of things you described to the jury did not happen?
No.
Okay. As you think back on the many years you shared with Mr. Lawson, are there good moments when you guys enjoyed each other's company, or do you look back on it and say this was always a toxic, bad relationship?
There were definitely good moments until Mr. Lawson found out some disturbing things from his past that I believe caused him to intensify the drinking.
Okay. The ex-wife that we've heard about, is that the same person who showed up to pick up the son? Okay. If you were to estimate how much Mr. Lawson weighs, are you comfortable estimating a number, or it would be a pure guess?
I would say 200.
The car keys that the two of you were arguing about the night of the incident, September 7th, 2022, where were they in your apartment before he showed up there?
He had the car keys. He came back. He was coming back from visiting a friend with the car keys. He had the car keys.
So he drove somewhere, drove back to C7. Obviously, then he had the car keys, and I guess he put them down somewhere so that you ended up with the car keys?
No, that's a negative. He still had the car keys inside of his pocket when he went into the closet to change into his pajamas that was still in his pants pocket.
So when he got his clothes back on, you mentioned he went back into the closet later that evening, got dressed again. He had car keys with him, so it wasn't that you said that you can't have the keys. You were trying to keep him from leaving, but the keys were on his person. Okay. Do you recall how many times you fired your gun?
One time.
Can you explain to the jurors again, please, how it went from you and Mr. Lawson were standing and maybe tussling a little bit at the door of your apartment to you ended up on your back and he was on top of you? So standing to being on the ground.
He was sitting in the chair that I showed you guys. He was sitting in the chair and he got up and he grabbed me and he tossed me. And that's how he ended up in the living room and that's how he ended up on top of me.
When you say he tossed you, as in he threw you to the ground?
On my shoulders.
Okay. Explain to the jurors, as best you remember, what you did with the gun after you fired it. Because it went from being in your hand to being on a counter somewhere.
After I fired the gun, I still had the gun in my hand, but my phone was in my kitchen. And I had the gun and placed the gun on the dining room table and I grabbed my phone. That's when I called 911.
One of the pictures we saw of the gun on the counter, the magazine was out. Had you taken the magazine out, or that would have been law enforcement securing the gun?
Law enforcement.
Are all of the bedrooms in your apartment located on the same side of the hallway?
That's correct.
How many bedrooms total in the apartment?
2.
How long after you got your gun out of the gun safe did it take for Mr. Lawson to get into your locked bedroom?
It was like immediately. I couldn't give a time frame, but it was as soon as I got the gun, I came out the closet, he was in the bedroom.
Did he have a key to the door?
No, he used some object, what object, I'm not sure.
Okay. The beach chairs that you talked about, and we saw in a picture, those green beach chairs, were they stored at the end of the hallway or in one of the bedrooms?
They're stored at the end of the hallway next to my bedroom.
Do you know what ultimately was used, if anything was used, as a tourniquet to tie on Mr. Lawson's leg?
One thing that was used was on the beach chair. It's a rope where you just place it over your arm. It was cut and it was placed. I used that to see if I could stop some of the bleeding.
There was a discussion about an air mattress. Remember this air mattress in your apartment?
Yes,
Where was the air mattress?
in the living room.
What was it used for?
Mr. Lawson would sleep and watch shows on the air mattress. I would be in the bedroom, he would be in the living room.
And then there was a pillow on the floor in Exhibit 23, and we can get that on the screen if you need to see it, or do you know what pillow I'm talking about? What was that used for?
That was a pillow that was in the living room as well. That he was laying on the air mattress and it was used, I'm not quite sure, it was there, but
Okay.
yeah, somehow, I'm not sure if law enforcement moved it or how it got in that in particular spot.
Okay, well, where was it normally?
That's what he was using to lay on.
With the air mattress?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Did you ask anyone from the police who was there, the officer who interacted with you or the officer who was taking all these pictures, did you ever ask anyone to take pictures of you?
No.
All right. Ms. Beza, do you have any questions for Ms. McCrary based on what I just covered?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios?
Your
All right, Ms. McCray, thank you for your time. You are free to go.
Okay.
State's next witness.
They call Peggy and Barry.
Before you sit, can you face me and raise your right hand? You swear to affirm the testimony you will give from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Put on your hand and have a seat.
Sure. I got it. I don't think I got it.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Peggy McCrary. That's PeggymcCrary.
You work?
I'm a homemaker.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
What are their names and current ages?
Okay. The first one's LaTanya Hopper. She's 49. Winifred Humphreys. She's 47. Kevin McCrary Jr., 37. Christopher McCrary, 36. Kanesia McCrary, she's 34.
Any grandchildren?
I do.
How many?
9.
I won't ask you their ages.
Thank you.
But what do the ages range from?
25 to 5.
You know a person by the name of Larry Lawson?
I do.
How do you know him?
Through my daughter.
You see him in the courtroom today?
Where is he?
If you need to stand up, that's okay. We have screens that make it a little hard to see. You got a screen blocking you, et cetera.
Yes, I do.
Can you identify an article of clothing he's wearing and him out?
Yes, the article probably lost. They have a gray suit with a yellow shirt.
The record reflects that the witness has identified the defendant.
She has.
You remember around what time you met the defendant?
When I initially met him, I think it was in 2018.
And how did you meet him?
Through my daughter, Kanesia McCrary.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September 7th of 2022 at around approximately 7:15 p.m. Where were you around that time?
I was home.
And how far at that time did you live from Kanesia McCrary, your daughter?
4 to 5 minutes away.
4 to 5?
Yes.
Not 45?
No, not 45, 4 to 5 minutes away.
And what were you doing at home?
I had just finished vacuuming, sitting with my daughter, LaTanya Hopper, on the sofa, just conversating and watching TV.
What happened around that time?
I received a phone call.
From who?
My grandson,
Which grandson?
Anthony.
And what did your grandson say?
He says, Nana, they're fighting. Come quick, they're fighting.
What was his demeanor?
He was upset. He sounded scared. He wanted someone there. He wanted me there immediately.
And what did you do?
I told my daughter. My daughter heard the conversation because, as I said, she and I were sitting on the sofa watching TV and talking. My daughter, LaTanya Hopper. So we immediately left. She drove, and we left to go to Kanesia's house.
And did you arrive at Kanesia's house?
We did.
And what, if anything, happened after you arrived at Kanesia's house?
When we got there, LaTanya instructed me, Mom, go ahead and get out of the car while I parked the car and go in. I had initially told Anthony, if possible, for him to leave the front door unlocked, so I would have easy access to get in.
So that's what I did. And the door was unlocked. So I went in and Mr. Lawson was sitting in a chair at the dining room table. So I saw him sitting there, but I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention. As I looked straight down the hallway from the front door, you can see straight down the hallway, I saw the kids, my grandkids, Carmen and Anthony, kind of poking their head around, looking, and I said, I didn't see my daughter. I said, get back in the room. And at that time, that's when I saw the blood on the floor.
And what did you do next? So what happened next?
So I'm still wondering where's Canisia. So I looked because I already saw Mr. Lawson in the chair. But as I turned around to look, Mr. Lawson was then on the floor. Canisia was in her kitchen. She was coming out. She was on the phone. And it was upsetting to see how she was on the phone with dispatch, 911. And then my daughter, LaTanya, came in. And that's when we realized that he had been shot.
And did you call 911?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
At what point did you call 911?
I called 911 after I told my girls, Canisia McCrary and LaTanya Hopper, to please just go across the street because there was a fire department, because I thought they're not getting here fast enough. So you go see if you can get some help. And I got on the floor with Mr. Lawson and was just talking to him and saying Larry, stay with us. You have Diego, you have Aiden, stay with us. It was a lot.
I'm going to play State's Exhibit 2 at this time.
Fulton County 911, what is the address of the emergency?
Okay, 5100 Welcome Road, apartment C7, ma'am.
Okay, what's your name, ma'am?
Excuse me?
What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Peggy McCrary.
Okay, one second. We have a call coming in for this address. What's going on, ma'am?
Yes, we need an ambulance. We need an ambulance right away.
Okay, yes, ma'am. We already have somebody calling at this address. Are you the one that's been wounded?
Yes, ma'am.
I said we already have somebody calling in at this location about the gunshot wound. Are you the one that has been wounded?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, do you have a description of the person?
Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am. Who shot at the location, ma'am?
Excuse me?
Who is shot at the location, ma'am?
Larry Lawson. Larry Lawson.
Okay.
Larry.
Where's she shot at, ma'am?
Under the tower. Okay. Ma'am, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We already got EMS coming to you, so what I'm going to ask you is some basic non-medical questions. Where is he shot at, ma'am?
In the leg.
Okay.
In the leg.
You know who shot him?
Yes.
Okay, who shot him?
I know who did it. My daughter. He was abusing her. He was abusing her. We got kids in here. I got a 12-year-old in here. She's asked like, please, Carmen, please.
Okay, we got somebody coming to you. Your daughter, what's her
Thank you.
She's Black, white, or Hispanic?
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Ma'am, your daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
How old is she, ma'am?
My daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Is 32.
Okay, what color shirt pants does she have on?
What color? She has on some gray. I just came in, man. She has on some gray pants.
Okay. All right, is she still at the location?
Yes, ma'am. She's here. I think she's mistaken the call, too. I'm not sure. I tried to get to my grandchildren.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Like I said, somebody already placed a medical call, so we got EMS coming to you guys, and we got officers coming to help you guys off their well, okay?
Thank you. Please, hurry.
Please. They're coming as quickly as possible, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
You're
ma'am.
welcome.
Thank
No
you, God.
problem.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Peggy, after this call, or what happened next on scene? You mentioned your grandchildren. What happened next?
I was trying to take care of my grandchildren. They were upset, especially Carmen, and she's very asthmatic. And
Stop for a second.
Your Honor, the relevance is she is a witness after the fact. There were discussions and cross-examinations of no one seeing the children, especially the responding officer. Ms. Peggy was in the room with the children.
Okay, so let's limit this to the things that Peggy McCrary did as opposed to her assessment of how the kids were doing. And I think that's relevant.
Ms. Peggy, did you interact with your grandchildren on scene?
yes, ma'am, I did.
Where?
In their bedroom.
Was the door open or closed?
It was closed.
And is that where you stayed the majority of the time on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Would they have been all in the same bedroom?
Yes, sir.
All three of them, Carmen, AJ, and Aiden.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. No further questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay,
Nothing?
there were no questions from,
I was calling my next witness.
oh, well, let's see if the jurors have any questions. Jurors, any questions for Peggy McCrary? Thank you. Ms. McCrary, are you able to either from oh, there's more. Hold on. Thank you. That's all right. Dropping the ball. All right. Give me 1 second. Where's?
Yeah, it's too late. I never heard of these. It's too late. Just follow it, that's all you gotta do.
There.
All right. Ms. McCrary, you listened to the 911 call that either you made or at least you were the person talking on the phone. And at one point in the background, there was someone who was crying. It sounded like someone was crying. Question is, do you know who that is either because you can remember specifically or you recognize that crying as opposed to speculating, I think it was so-and-so. Is my question clear? It had a lot of words. And we can replay it if that would help you to hear the crying, but you may not want to hear that again, and I respect that. We will not replay it. Do you know, without guessing, who it was who was crying in the background?
Yes,
And tell the jurors who that was.
that was Carmen McCrary, my granddaughter.
Now, you had described that the grandkids were in a bedroom and you were with them, attending to them. I guess what you described about being in a bedroom with them would have been afterwards because Carmen wasn't in the bedroom at this point, was out seeing what we've all seen in the pictures. Okay, and then you corralled them into the bedroom and tended to them. Okay. Ms. Beza, any questions for Peggy McCrary based on what she and I just discussed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Rios? All right, thank you, ma'am, for your time. Your next witness, Ms. Beza, will take forecast how long?
Forecast 8 minutes.
Oh, that's very precise. Let's go through that witness. I just want to make sure we get an afternoon break, although I noticed some jurors helped themselves to a break when we were going over the questions they had for the other Ms. McCrary. But let's bring this next witness in, whoever it is.
They call it Tanya Hopper.
8 minutes.
Wow. Give or take.
Point six, can you please me and raise your right hand? You swear affirm that testimony you will give be true, whole truth, and nothing but truth to God.
I do.
You go ahead,
Thank you.
Can you say this spelling name for the record?
Latanya Hopper, L-A, capital T-O-N-Y-A. Last name Hopper, H-O-P-P-E-R.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What type of work do you do?
I am the accounts payable manager for A&B Sports and Entertainment.
How long?
I've been there 7 years.
You know a person by the name of Tunisia McCrary?
Yes, that's my sister.
How many siblings do you have total?
I have a total of 5.
You know a person by the name of Larry Lawson?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Larry Lawson is my sister's ex-boyfriend, but my nephew's father.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
You identify an article of clothing he is wearing.
Yes, he has on a gray suit.
The record reflects that this witness has identified the defendant.
She has?
Direct your attention to September 7th of 2022 at approximately 7:15 p.m. Where were you around that time?
Around that time, I had just actually got off work. I was at my mom's house.
And what, if anything, happened?
So my mom received a call from my nephew, Anthony Jr., around that time. And he stated to my mom that my sister and Larry were fighting.
What happened next?
So after he made that statement, I told her, I said, come on, let's go. Let's get in the car. Proceed to go over to my sister's house.
And approximately how long were you driving?
She's 5 minutes away, but I think I got there in 3 minutes flat.
What, if anything, happened when you arrived?
So I told my mom, as soon as I pulled up, I said, hop out the car, I need to park.
Did you park?
I parked the car.
What happened next?
So when I parked the car, I entered into her apartment complex, entered into the apartment. And when I entered into the apartment, Larry was actually laying on the floor.
What happened next?
Okay. And I was looking around to find my sister because I didn't know where she was, but I did hear her voice. She actually was in her kitchen. So I asked her, I said, who are you talking to and what happened? And so she told me she was on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, and I proceeded to get the phone from her.
And did you speak with the 911 dispatcher?
I did.
What happened next?
So when I got the phone from her, the dispatcher actually asked who I was. I informed her of my name. And she began to tell me what we needed to do for Mr. Lawson because he was on the floor bleeding out.
And did you attempt to help, you and your sister?
Yes, we did.
What happened next?
So the 911 dispatcher informed us to try to find something to make a tourniquet out of to stop the bleeding. And of course, I was a little calm. My sister was shaking up, but the 911 dispatcher, she was like, if you can look around, find some type of item. At that moment, it was like a cloth or a towel or something like that. So I found some white towels. The 911 dispatcher actually told us to press because I'm the towel against Mr. Lawson's wound. Of course, I didn't know exactly where it was. I just saw a lot of blood. So I didn't press, but my sister did. She did render aid for Mr. Lawson.
And where, if anywhere you remember, where did your mom go?
So my mom was in the room with the kids.
Did officers end up arriving?
Yes, they did.
Now, when officers arrived, were you still on scene?
Yes.
And what did you observe that they did with your sister?
So at the moment when they came in, and they asked her what happened, and then they asked her to put her hands behind her back, and they put handcuffs on her. And at that moment, I asked, could I put, she didn't have any shoes on, so I asked, could I give her some shoes? And so,
Did they bring her to the police car?
yes,
And did you go as well?
I did.
Now, while she was in the police car, were you allowed to give your sister anything to drink?
Yes,
And did you?
I did.
What did you give her?
Water,
And why did you give it to her?
because she stated that her mouth was dry.
No further questions?
Ms. Rios, any questions for Ms. Hopper? Any questions from the jurors?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't. Oh, did you figure it out? Ms. Hopper.
Yes.
When you were interacting with Mr. Lawson that evening, the September of 2022, did you notice anything about Mr. Lawson that would suggest to you that he had been drinking?
Yeah, I can smell the alcohol in his breath.
Where did the towels come from that you used to try to stanch the flow of the blood, if you remember?
I do.
Where did you go get them or someone?
No, my sister went and got the towels.
Okay, do you know where she went?
To her linen closet.
Okay, and is that a doorway that is down that hallway or it's in the kitchen or where would we go in the apartment?
Straight down the hallway.
At the very end,
Very end.
not in any of the bedrooms?
No.
Okay. Ms. Beza, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hopper, for being here.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, while I was talking with the lawyers about your questions, I asked about how long the next witness would be, and this witness, the next one should take even less time than Ms. Hopper, and so my thought was, let's do that before a break, but I don't mean for anyone to be sitting having trouble focusing because you haven't had a break. Are we good with one more witness before a break? Everyone is nodding or at least not saying no. So the next witness, please. How about you? Shorter than Ms. Hopper, briefer than.
4 minutes. Winifred Finch. Winifred Finch.
Is that the same as Winifred Humphreys? Because I thought Peggy McCrary had said she has a daughter named Winifred Humphreys. I was going to ask her. Okay, I may ask this witness. Hey,
I know it's Finch because that's what
Okay.
she told me.
For the city, can you face me and raise your right hand? We swear affirm that testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. Can you state, spell your name for the record?
Winifred Finch, Winifred. Finch, Finch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for work?
I work in import-export logistics.
You know a person by the name of Kenny McBurney?
Yes,
How do you know her?
she's my sister.
You know a person by the name of Larry Lawson?
Yes,
How do you know him?
he dated my sister.
Do you see him in court?
you can stand up if that'll help you see people.
Yes, I do. Yes, I see him.
You identify what clothing he's wearing?
The gray suit?
Record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
She has?
Now, I want to direct your attention to the September 7th of 2022, around 7:15, 7:30. What were you doing around that time?
I was actually at home, just at home relaxing.
And where is your house in relation to Canisia's house at 5100 Welcome Hall Road?
I'm about 15 minutes away.
What happened around that time?
I received a phone call stating that there had been an incident at at her home.
Who called you?
Initially it was my sister call, and then I got LaTanya.
And at the time that she called you, kind of what was her demeanor?
She was upset.
Did
Frank.
you go to Canisia's house?
Yes, I did.
When you arrived on scene, what did you see?
Cops, police officers, of course, family members, and then going into the residence. Well, I initially didn't go in because the police was still in. But I saw a bunch of cops and police officers and ambulance and my family, of course.
Was the defendant still on scene when you arrived?
No, he was he had been taken away.
Now, where was your sister located when you arrived?
When I arrived, Canisia was in the police car.
And was she ever released from the police car?
Yes, she was.
Were you still on scene when she was released from the police car?
Yes, I was.
Now, when you arrived, does Canisia have any children?
Yes, she does.
Okay, how many?
3.
Now, when you arrived, where were the children?
In the bedroom.
Inside of the apartment?
Inside of the apartment, in the bedroom.
Do you remember if they were with anyone?
My mom, their grandmother.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Is no questions for Ms. Finch? Jurors, any questions for Ms. Finch? Were you ever Ms. Humphreys?
Yes.
Okay.
Humphreys, I'm going through a divorce.
I got one
Yes.
question.
Okay. All right. I wasn't prying. Another witness had said, Winifred Humphreys. And so that's you.
It's hyphenated. It's Finch Humphreys, but yes, so I've dropped the Humphreys.
Got it.
Yeah.
Finch it is.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Finch,
Yes.
were you ever with your sister and Mr. Lawson at the same time?
Yes, I've been with them at the same time.
Okay. When you were with them and they were together, did you ever observe any negativity or friction between the two of them?
At the times that they were together, there was a time, I mean, that they.
So I don't want you to get into specifics as in, hey, X or Y or Z happened. But as you think back on the time you spent with the two of them together, were you ever around them when they bickered or fought or argued or negativity, however you want to define
I
it?
had been.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you ever around Mr. Lawson when you perceived that he had been drinking or was drunk?
No, I had not been around him at that, those times.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Beza, any follow-up based on those questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Finch, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. This clock on the wall says 3:26. So let's try to be back around 3:36. I didn't say it last time, but the breaks are elastic for you, meaning if I send Deputy Gordon back in there saying, hey, bring him back in, it's time, and you're not ready because you haven't done what you need to do to have the break be meaningful, just tell him and we'll extend the break. It just means we get less done during the day. So I start with 10 minutes and you can expand it if you need it. But if you're ready to go, then we'll get you all back in here. Any questions? Don't talk about the case, no outside research. See you in 10.
All right, adjourned.
What time are we ending today, Your Honor? Just because I do believe I can fit the rest of the witnesses in if we end like at 5:30. Just don't know.
I hadn't asked the jurors. I don't have an issue with that. I'll talk with Ms. Rivers when we take the break, see how she's doing. I just hadn't talked with the jurors about their ability to stay late. So don't bake it in, but if they say they can stay till 5:30, then there you go. But that's also contingent on people taking as much time as you forecast. You've been very accurate so far, but we may be getting into some witnesses where there'll be some cross-exam. So who is next?
This may release someone. The next is the EMS worker.
Okay.
I am getting to Carmen today, so she doesn't miss another day of school. I'm thinking about releasing our DV expert and having her come back tomorrow. So I have the EMS worker, Carmen, and then the lead detective.
Okay, why don't we do that? And there's so little left after, you're clearly gonna finish tomorrow.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Are you calling Ms. Williams also?
yeah, tomorrow morning.
But you had already planned that to be tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Let's definitely get Carmen in today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Rios, anything before we break? All right, so let's be back at 3:38 on that clock, please. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Let's get on the record again in State versus Lawson after our afternoon break. Are the jurors ready? They're ready. Okay. Ms. Beza, anything before the jurors come in?
No, Your Honor.
Do you want me to ask them about how late they can stay, or you've let someone go, so we should cruise into
I let
five-ish?
someone go, so we should cruise into 5-ish, 5:15-ish.
Okay, that's
Carmen
all.
will be the last witness. I have the EMT and then Dickerson, who's the lead, but it's not the typical lead, and then Carmen.
Okay. Ms. Rios, anything from the defense before we bring the jurors in? Let's bring them in, please.
All rise for the jurors. Judge and President of the County Court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Mr. Dent, you got forced into the front row. I know. No. Everyone else can be seated. We remain in the midst of the state's presentation, and I will ask Ms. Beza to call the state's next witness, please.
State calls EMT Wheelis.
Will you face me and raise your right hand? You swear affirm the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. The Lord, you not see. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Alexandra Devane. It's Alexandra. Last name is going to be Devane.
Did you used to be known as Alexandra Wheelis?
Yes, sir. I got married in July.
All right, congratulations.
Where are you employed?
I am currently employed at Air Evac. I am a flight medic with Air Evac. I am a part-time paramedic with Grady and a part-time paramedic in Troop County for AMR.
What do you do for your evac?
I'm a flight paramedic, so we do like critical care transports and like 911 scene calls.
Now, how long have you done this for?
I've been in EMS for 13 years. I've been a paramedic over 6 years.
Now, in those 6 years as a paramedic, approximately, how many scenes or crime scenes have you responded to? Or scenes, I should say, have you responded to?
I could not begin to tell you. I think looking for my reports, just in like a little over a year, I was over almost 1,500 calls.
And are all of these emergency calls?
For Grady and AMR Troop, they are all 911 calls, yes.
I want to direct your attention to September 7th of 2024 at approximately 8:24 p.m. Did you happen to respond to 5100 Welcome All Road?
I did, yes, ma'am.
What county is that in?
It's going to be South Fulton.
And did you respond?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the scene, did you assess or treat anyone?
I did. I assessed 2 people.
Who are those people?
It's going to be Carmen and Kenesha.
McCrary?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document your assessment of Kenesha McCrary in a report?
I did.
I want you to look at what's right in front of you, State's Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's going to be her PCR, her patient care report.
For Kenesha McCrary?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your documentation of the assessment of her?
It is, yes, ma'am.
And at this time, the state moves State's Exhibit 58 into evidence. No objection.
Ms. Rios, no objection. 58 is admitted.
Publishing it at this time. Now, in looking at your report, and moving on, once the blackness goes away, moving on to the second page at the top of it. And you can also look at the screen as well. What was the primary impression?
So let me see. The primary impression. Sorry, there's like multiple things in a report. It may say head pain.
It's also on the screen, if that helps you. No, right in front of you. You don't even
Okay,
have to
right
bend
here.
in a weird way. It's to stay muted,
Stay muted.
and then they
Okay, yeah, the
magnified it for
laceration
you.
abrasion. Like I said, there's multiple. Okay, yeah, it was a laceration abrasion, hematoma.
And you described it as minor surface trauma, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the secondary impression?
Headache.
And going down a little bit more, what was the chief complaint?
It's going to be head pain. I can kind of explain a little about that. On our system, it's called ESO. It's kind of progressed over the years, but some odd years back, there might not be like an option for everything on the head. Like you might not have the option to put ear pain, lip pain. So the option was head pain at the time.
Now, what is the injury section of this?
Assault with bodily force.
Okay. And is that another drop-down menu that you have?
It is, yes, ma'am.
And the mechanism of injury, what does that mean?
Blunt, so it's how the patient was injured, either got hit or like a penetrating trauma, so.
And what's the difference between medical and trauma, also located on the right side?
Medical is going to be such things such as like hypertensive crisis, hypoglycemia, more of like a medical problem. This is caused by injury. That's what trauma is.
Now, moving down to the vital signs, what can you tell the jury about Miss McCrary's vital signs? It's a lot of numbers and a lot of.
So her blood pressure was 132/80. Her pulse, that's her heart rate, it was 103. RR is going to be respirations. Respiratory rate is going to be 18. And her SpO2 is her oxygen level. It was 100% on room air. The GCS score was 15. That's based off like eye movement, body movement, and whether they can communicate.
And what time did you take her vitals?
2040.
Which is?
8:40 p.m.
Now I want to move down to page 2 of 6. Can you please tell the jury what the narrative portion of your report?
So the narrative is what I write. It's basically what I saw or found. I try to just keep it as basic as possible.
And can you please read the narrative portion
Responding to residents for a 32-year-old female involved in an assault/altercation. On scene, patient was seen sitting in the back of a police car. PD advised they wanted patient checked out because she has a history of asthma. Patient was ANO times 4, that means conscious, alert, and oriented, and able to answer all questions appropriately. Patient advised she had left ear pain with slight ringing from where she had been punched closed-fisted on the side of her head. Negative loss of consciousness. Patient also had a chief complaint of lip pain. Small laceration noted to the inside of right lip. Vitals were obtained. Secondary assessment reveals eyes, pearl, trachea, midline, negative JVD, clear and equal breath sounds bilaterally, soft non-tender abdomen.
Just slow down, I'm sorry, just a little for.
Soft non-tender abdomen, skin pink, warm and dry, GCS of 15. Law enforcement signed refusal due to being in police custody. Unit return to service. Thank you.
So you noted the injury to her face, and what injury was that?
It said that it was a small laceration to the inside of her right lip.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Rios or Ms. Feely, any questions for Ms. Devane?
Did Ms. McCrary complain about the soreness around that?
Everything that I remember is going to be in the report.
You did not write that in your report.
No, ma'am.
And you did not write in your report that she mentioned being strangled.
No, ma'am. But, you know, sometimes in the heat of moments, especially like these people are just full of adrenaline and they don't mention things.
But she, professional your knowledge, she did not share that with you.
Not per my report, no, ma'am.
And when you did her vitals, you indicated through your report that her chest sounded fine and that her lungs sounded fine.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly.
You started to explain about heat of the moment. So you, in a year, approximately, you've responded to 1,500 calls.
Yes, sir.
And sometimes in your experience as an EMT responding to these calls, do patients always tell you about every single ache and pain they have on scene?
No.
From your experience, why not?
Lots of times, like I said, I mean, scenes are chaotic. I mean, they just experience something traumatizing. And lots of times, even from a super bad car wreck or other things, things may not even start to hurt for an extended period of time. And any bruising or whatnot, sometimes that doesn't show up for, I mean, that could be over hours.
No further questions.
Anything else, Ms. Rios? All right, any questions from jurors? Thank you. Ma'am, can you explain to the jury what a GCS score or rating is?
Yes, so it's a Glasgow Coma scale, and basically what it does is it shows like the mental and physical status of a patient. So like one of the scores is eyes. Does the patient open their eyes spontaneously? Do they open them, you know, do they not open them, you know, until like you stimulate them painfully, verbally? And so then the verbal part of the score, you know, whether they can answer questions appropriately, whether they're confused, whether they're just kind of like crying or moaning. And the other part of the score is like if they can follow your commands or kind of if like their posture and like seizing and things like that. So a GCS of 15 is like the max score. So that's everybody in this room right now has like a GCS of 15. That's what that is. Every patient and every report gets a GCS score.
So 15 is the highest?
Yes.
And 0 would be they're dead or they're in a coma?
3
3.
is the lowest, so everyone that is dead has a GCS of 3, but you can also have a GCS of 3 and not be dead.
Okay. And your report had a 15, I think, in it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then medical related question, just based on your training. Do you know if adrenaline can mask pain or distract someone from the fact, like, actually your arm is missing, but you don't notice it because there's a lot of adrenaline going?
I've actually had that exact call where their arm was missing. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you have your job and I don't.
Yes.
But from your training and experience, people who are experiencing a surge of adrenaline may not be attuned to what in a calmer state might be recognized as pain.
Oh, yes. I mean, like I said, the example that you actually had just gave, I mean, the person who lost their arm was currently in no pain. I mean, the adrenaline can pump so intensely that even such a significant injury, just the pain is not registering at that time. That can happen for significant injuries or minor injuries.
All right. Ms. Beza, any follow-up with Ms. Devane?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios? All right. Thank you for your time. Next witness?
State calls Detective Dickerson.
Hey, you raise your hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got?
Yes.
Go ahead, have a seat. When you say this, spell your name, right?
It's Sergey Dickerson. It's spelled P-S-E-R-D-A. Last name is Dickerson, D-I-C-K-E-R-S-O-N.
Where are you employed?
With the city of South Fulton.
Police Department?
Yes.
What capacity?
Right now, I'm over the background recruitment. During this time, I was in the criminal investigation division.
Now, when did you start your new position?
2 weeks ago, actually.
And you said you're assigned to the criminal investigation divisions prior, correct?
Yes, as a lieutenant.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in the criminal investigations division?
Pretty much for the day-to-day operation as far as with detectives, going over homicide cases, domestic violence, anything dealing with persons crimes.
Now, are you post-certified?
Yes.
Mandatory training?
Yes.
Were you post-certified in 2022?
Yes,
I want to direct your attention to September 7th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Did there come a point in time when you were called in to investigate an alleged crime that happened at 5100 Welcome Hall Road?
That's correct.
What county is that?
In the Fulton County.
What was your position in this case?
At that time, I was a detective.
And were you what would be considered the lead detective in this case?
Yes.
What does it mean to be lead detective?
So lead detective responsible for the investigation process. At that time, the lead detective will give directions to other detectives, inquiring any information, also delegating information, delegating the information to the detectives on scene. So it's pretty much taking full responsibility in the entire crime scene.
Did there come a point in time when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene, what did you initially do?
So my first thing around the scene, I got with the officer on scene to gather all the information. At that time, the officer advised me about the situation that he did have someone detained in the back of the vehicle due to the fact of the shooting.
Now, was that Officer Farrow you spoke with?
Yes.
Did you come to learn the person that was detained in the back of the vehicle?
Yes.
What was her name?
Miss McCoy?
That Canisium?
Canisium McCoy, yes.
Now, you say detained. Can you please explain to the jury what does it mean to be detained?
So being detained is not actually under arrest. At that time, doing the interview process, we're gathering information to see what actually took place. So we'll ask you, hey, for witnesses or suspects, we'll detain them before we question them, and then we'll actually put them in a location until detective arrives to gather more information.
So after you spoke with the officer, what did he do next?
So after I spoke to the officer, I went inside the location to look at the crime scene, just to see what actually took place before I started talking to Ms. McQuarrie.
What did you generally see in the apartment?
So you can see where the shooting took place, which took place in the bedroom. You see blood droppings that led into the living room, and you can see where his final resting place was when EMS arrived on scene.
And then what did you do next?
So then I went and spoke to Ms. McQuarrie and asked her what took place. She explained that during the time of the altercation, she encountered her boyfriend at the time that was drunk, and she was trying to get the keys back from him, stating that she didn't want him to hurt no one or himself. So altercation took place where it got physical. At that time, she said she ended up on the floor where she was being choked with the individual's arm to where she lost consciousness. She was able to get up and run to the room to retrieve a gun. She did tell her children at the time, hey, call 911. Mr. Lawson did went inside the room, and he charged at her. She said she fired at his leg. She didn't want to kill him, but she did want the abuse to stop.
Back you up just a little bit into what Mr. McCurry told you initially, and if you need to look at your report to refresh your recollection, you can. Did she actually tell you that she lost consciousness?
She said she was losing consciousness.
Now, did you observe, what, if anything, did Mr. McCurry tell you about being hit towards the face area that you documented in your report?
She said she lost hearing in her ear. Also on her lip, she had a bruise on her right side of her lip.
And did you observe bloody or swollen lip?
I did.
Did you write that in your report as well?
Yes.
Now, did you compare Ms. Lawson's relay of events to the actual crime scene?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you compare her relay of events to the actual crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 44. Does this photo have any significance as to your investigation in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
The black part of the screen should be disappearing.
Okay.
Can you please tell the jury, what is the significance of this photo?
So you could, when she gave the story of where she was standing when she actually shot the suspect, you could tell by the window where she was standing. She would have been standing there because the bullet projectile went to where number 2 was. So exactly where she said she was standing, it did match up to where she actually fired a shot.
And how do bullets normally expel from firearms in your experience as a detective, lieutenant, and all your years on the force?
So she was right-handed, so it depends on which side the actual person holds. But in my years of experience, the projectile goes to the right.
Now, after interviewing Ms. McCurry and comparing her story to the scene, speaking with officers, etc., what, if anything, happened next?
So just walking through the scene, it was another photo too, but from where she shot the her gun and from where you can see the blood splatter. So just walking the scene, that's the photo where you can tell where he actually was shot at and where it hit him and where the blood started to come out his leg.
That's State's Exhibit 42. What, if anything, else did you do?
So then just following the trail of blood. So as was walking outside the room, you can see where the blood was actually as it thickens. So he was losing more blood as he was walking towards the door. She did state that after she shot him, she was trying to render aid to make sure, his well-being.
Were there kids on scene that you remembered?
Yes, it was a 12-year-old daughter that was there.
And were there two other kids as well?
Yes, they was outside of the scene at the time I arrived.
Now, from your investigations, at the time you arrive on scene, Kanicia McCrary is detained. From your investigation, what, if anything, happens to Kanicia McCrary?
So after speaking to her, after she gave details of what took place, and after walking the actual scene to see where the scuffle took place, she was released on scene based off the evidence that I saw on scene.
And did you ever take out any warrants on this case?
Yes, I did.
For who?
For Mr. Lawson.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
You can stand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Right.
Can you identify an article code with these?
He has on gray suit, yellow and gray tie.
No further questions for this witness.
Okay. Ms. Rios, any questions for, it's now Lieutenant?
Yes.
Lieutenant Dickerson.
Good afternoon.
You're not the responding officer on this case.
No, ma'am.
You're not the person on the scene.
No, ma'am.
You did not witness any altercation between Larry and Miss McClary.
No, ma'am.
You did not see him strangle, or you did not see him strangle Miss McClary.
No.
You did not see him punch Miss McClary.
No.
You did not. Now, you've been an officer who said for, did you say how many years?
I did not. For over 17. Mm-hmm.
And you had lots of training as a police officer. And that training included how to write reports and how they should be thorough as possible.
That's correct.
All the details, because you might be called to trial, like say 3 years later. And you did not include in your police report that you observed any injuries to her neck, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photos taken of her neck area.
At that time, crime scene would have took photos, but to my knowledge, I don't know about that part.
When you got there, Larry was lying on the floor.
So he was being transported to Grady.
Got there about an hour after the
Correct.
initial call.
Yes.
Miss McClary never mentioned anything about Larry saying everyone has to die someday.
Not to my knowledge, I don't recall that.
You don't, she did not tell you that he tried to grab her neck.
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Miss McCary did not relate to you that Larry tried to grab her neck.
He said he launched at her.
He never tried to, she never said he tried to grab the neck.
No, he verbatim, she said he launched at her in an aggressive manner.
Now, you did not observe anything indicating that Larry was intoxicated.
On scene?
Correct, yes.
No.
Did you check in your investigation? Did you follow up and get any medical records from the hospital regarding Mr. Larry?
I did not.
So you never got any indication that he had blood in his system?
Blood in the system?
I'm not, there's alcohol in his blood.
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Now, in your investigation, did you, well, I'm assuming you never talked to Larry on the scene, correct?
That's correct.
Because he was unconscious.
That's correct.
Now, he went to the hospital and recovered,
Mhm.
And you never went and talked to him then?
So at that time, warrants already obtained. And so, I don't remember making a phone call to him at that time, but we took out warrants based off the information and based off the physical evidence on the scene. Warrants were obtained for his arrest.
Did not, in your investigation, talk to him before taking out warrants?
I did not, based off the information and on the scene, and based off the witnesses, and based off the daughter there, and based off the bruising and all that took place. On accountability while warrants was taken out for his arrest.
With regards to this incident, you only talked to Ms. McCrary, correct?
On scene, I talked to residents around, so it was known that this arguments always take place in reference to those two. And so based off that information, but based off her talking to her and actually walking through the actual crime scene, that led me to take out warrants for his arrest.
But the people you talked to, none of them were in that room that day.
They were not, except for the 12-year-old girl.
But in your report, you didn't mention anything about talking to the daughter client.
I just she was a juvenile at the time, so at that time I put 12-year-old witness the actual incident. So I didn't go into detail, but I did put 12-year-old witness the incident.
No further questions.
Ms. Beza, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. You were asked questions on cross-examination in regards to Ms. McCrary telling you about injury to her neck, correct?
Correct.
And whether or not you documented any bruising to her neck, right?
Yes.
Did you document that she told you that he put his forearm in her neck and she thought she was going to die?
I did.
And that he pushed the 12-year-old?
I did, yes.
Now, you were asked questions about the defendant's intoxication and medical records about the intoxication. Would that have been even relevant to your investigation?
Not at that time, based off her being bruised and beating and her well-being, he would have still, based off the evidence, I still would have took out warrants for his arrest based off that.
No further questions.
Ms. Rios, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions from the jurors for Lieutenant Dickerson? Thank you. Lieutenant, did you ever see the what another witness has described as a gunshot defect in the TV stand that was in the bedroom?
I did, yes.
Did you examine it, or someone just showed you a picture of it?
No, I examined it along with crime scene.
Okay. Your examination at that time, did that suggest to you that the defect was something that had recently occurred or was months old, or were you able to tell?
It appears to be recent based off the word chippings that was around it.
Okay. Do you know if a bullet, projectile part of a cartridge, was recovered from Mr. Lawson's leg?
I do not.
Do you know if the blood that was found throughout the apartment, shown in all the pictures, was ever tested to see if it belonged to Mr. Lawson or someone else?
It would have been sent to the GBI for the crime scene. Normally would send that to GBI
Okay.
for testing.
If it was tested, do you know if it was tested?
Can I get the report?
You can certainly look at your report to see if it refreshes your recollection.
According to Judge, according to the CSI tech, she swapped for DNA, so that's saying that she swapped for test.
Okay, but I don't want, if you know the results, I don't want you to share them. Do you know if you or someone who followed up on the case ever received any results from the GBI?
I did not.
Okay. Explain to the jury why you, if you're the one who'd be making this decision, why you didn't arrest Ms. McCrary if you believed she shot Mr. Lawson in the leg.
So based off the evidence, usually in domestic violence, the victim, she tried to retreat to a different location to get away from her attacker. So at that time, while her retreating and the attacker still coming, so you have the right to defend yourself at all times. So if the attacker continues to attack, then she did the next best thing that she could thought that she did was stop the attack by shooting him in the leg.
When you got to the scene, was Mr. Lawson already on his way to a hospital to get medical attention?
He was.
Did you examine the lock on the bedroom door into which Ms. McCrary had retreated, to use your term, to see if it had been tampered with or broken?
So I did observe the door. Crime scene technicians at that time showed the pictures of the door, but it was stated that he opened the door and came at her in an aggressive manner.
Not that the crime scene tech told you that, but Ms. McCrary told you that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Beza, do you have any follow-up with Lieutenant Dickerson based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios?
Yes, sir. You are not an expert in blood spatter analysis.
I'm not.
You did not direct CSI to search for any other projectiles outside the room.
Do I not?
You did not direct CSI to search for other projectiles outside of the bedroom.
So that's incorrect. So based off our search warrant, we searched the whole location for projectiles, for DNA swabbing. So when we do a search warrant, we don't just stay in one location, it's for the whole entire apartment.
All right. Lieutenant, thank you for your time. Same. Next witness?
Carmen McCrary.
One sit, can you guys meet and raise your right hand? You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Lord, you have some. Any state, spend that in the record.
Karmen.
Ms. McCray, can you move a little closer to the microphone? I know that, sorry with that, but you got that boot on. But you can slide the chair and then just lean into the microphone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Carmen.
Good afternoon.
As Judge said, just speaking to the microphone, so Ms. Rivers can hear what you say. If you need to move it down, you can. How old are you?
15 years old,
And what grade are you in?
9th grade.
Do you have any siblings?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their names and ages?
Anthony Prather and Ada McQuarrie, 9 and 5.
What's your mom's name?
Kanesia McQuarrie,
And who do you live with?
my mom.
Do you like to do any kind of activities or hobbies?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you like to do?
Dance and draw.
Can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Dance and draw.
What kind of dancing?
Cheer.
TikTok dancing too?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of pictures do you like to draw?
Anything.
Now, Carmen, I want to talk about September 7th of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go through that evening before 7 p.m. What were you doing?
In my room.
And who was in your room, if anyone, with you?
Anthony Prather,
And Anthony at the time was how old?
6.
What were you and Anthony doing in the room?
We were on our phones.
Now, do you remember where Aiden was?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old was Aiden at the time?
2.
Where was Aiden?
In his room.
With who?
My mom.
When you say Aiden's room, did he share a room with your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what your mom was doing with Aiden?
Getting him out the tub.
Now, what is the next thing that you kind of remember memorable from that night?
Mr. Lawson coming in
Coming in where?
to the apartment.
Was he not in there before?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you say Mr. Lawson came in, I want you to, who is Mr. Lawson to you?
My brother's father.
And at the time in 2022 of September, did he live with you guys?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to look around the courtroom. And do you see the person that you say, Mr. Lawson? If you can stand up in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the article of clothing he's wearing?
A gray sweat suit and a yellow dress shirt.
Does the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant?
She has.
Now, when he came in the house that early evening, or early night, I should say, when he came in the house, where were you?
In my room.
Still in your room with your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was your mom?
In her room.
Now, do you remember how he was acting when he came in?
He was very loud.
Do you remember what he was saying?
No, ma'am.
What happens next?
I don't recall.
Now, do you ever remember that night your mom and the defendant speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you when they were talking?
In my room.
What did you overhear?
Mr. Lawson wanted to take the keys to go somewhere.
One of the keys to go somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were they speaking at soft tones? Was one louder than the other? What was the level of their voices?
My mom was speaking in a normal tone. Mr. Lawson was a little louder.
Do you remember where they were in the apartment when they were initially arguing about the keys?
No, ma'am.
So they're speaking and you hear them discussing about was it a discussion or more of an argument?
Argument.
They're arguing about keys.
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, where is baby Aiden?
He was still in his room.
Now, what do you remember happening to us?
I went to go get
my little brother from his room
Why did you do that?
because I didn't want him to hear his parents arguing.
You got Aiden, where did you bring him?
In my room on my bed.
With your middle brother?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you keep the door open or closed?
Closed.
At the time that the three of you were in the room, what do you hear outside of the room?
Mr. Lawson getting louder.
Do you hear your mother at all?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what they were saying?
No, ma'am.
Now, you're in the bedroom. What are you doing with your brothers in the bedroom?
Trying to keep them calm.
Do you remember what you were doing with them?
No, ma'am.
What do you remember happening next?
They continued to argue.
You're overhearing this argument.
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened?
I went into the hallway and came to the end of the hallway.
And when you're at the end of the hallway, what happened?
I see my mom on her back and Mr. Lawson on top of her.
Now, when you're at the end of the hallway and you see this, where are your siblings?
In my room.
Why did you come out your room?
Because it was hard to hear my mom.
Now, when you see your mom at the back, where was her head?
Facing the window in the living room.
Was her head closer to the TV or was it closer to the couch?
The TV stand.
Was she on her stomach, her back?
She was on her back.
And where was the defendant?
On top of her.
Did you see what he was doing when he was on top of her at that time?
Not initially.
Tell us more.
When I came closer to the end of the hallway, I saw his forearm on my mom's neck, and he was using the other one to shove me back.
Came down the hallway, forearm is on your mom's neck. How close were you to them when he shoved you back?
Right behind the defendant.
The living room area.
The hallway.
Now, did you say anything when you came out the room?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you say?
Get off of my mom.
Say it at that time?
No, ma'am.
Tell the jury exactly how you said it.
Get off of my mom.
Say it once or multiple times?
Multiple times.
Is it fair to say that you were yelling that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant get off of your mom when you were yelling to get off of your mom?
No, ma'am.
What did he do instead?
He continued to keep his arm on her neck.
Now, when he pushed you, did you fall to the ground? Where did you go?
I stumbled backwards.
How did you feel at this moment?
I just wanted my mom to get up.
What did you do next?
I went back to my room
Why?
to check on my brothers.
While you were in your room, what happened?
My middle brother was calling my grandma.
That Miss Peggy.
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next that you remember?
I remember she was saying she was on her way, and I went back into the hallway.
Your grandma was on her way.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you went back into the hallway, what, if anything, did you see at this point?
He was still kind of on her.
Then what happened?
I went back into my room, and I started talking to my grandmother.
Did you keep the door open or closed?
Closed.
What happened next?
I heard my mom go into her room and close the door. Well, she hit my door, and then she went to her room and closed and locked her door.
You heard a hit on your door, what you described as a hit.
I can do it.
Yeah.
Did she say anything as she went by or she just hit the door?
She just hit the door. I think she was trying to see if it was locked or closed all the way.
So she hit the door, what you described as a hit. How do you know she went into her room, if you were inside the room?
Because I could hear her like walking fast, and I heard Mr. Lawson still in the living room.
Are the two bedroom doors next to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you hear your mother's door open or close or what?
I heard her door close.
You're in your room with your two brothers, so you're not seeing any of this, you're hearing things.
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you hear next?
I heard her closet door close, and then I heard Mr. Lawson shuffle in the kitchen.
You heard him in the kitchen.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know that he was in the kitchen?
Because I heard the drawers opening and the spoons and forks hitting the end of the drawer.
What do you remember happening next?
Sounded like he walked down the hallway, tried to pick the lock.
The lock on whose door? Your door?
My mom's door.
Now, if you're in the room, how do you know that he's trying to pick the lock?
Because if my younger brother used to lock himself out the bathroom, we would use a spoon and open it.
What do you remember hearing next?
I don't recall.
At any point in time, did you hear a gunshot?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember after hearing a gunshot?
Mr. Lawson groaning and my mom asking where her phone was.
What happened?
I opened my room door and looked into her bedroom.
What did you see?
Mr. Lawson standing in between the TV stand and the bottom of her bed.
And where did you go next after this?
I just stood at the end of the hallway.
Where were your little brothers?
They were trying to come out of my room, but I kept telling them to go back.
To go back into bed.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did the police end up responding?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your grandma end up coming?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when your grandma came, can you tell me where your grandma stayed?
She came into the front door and then she stood kind of at the end of the hallway. Then she came into my room.
And did she remain in the bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And when your grandmother came, did you keep your brothers in the bedroom?
I tried to.
Now, when the police ended up responding, did EMS end up responding?
Yes, ma'am.
And did an EMS worker check you out?
Yes, ma'am.
Why was that?
Difficulties breathing.
You have asthma?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Carmen, after the incident that occurred on September 7th of 2022, and after everything calmed down, did you see any injury to your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you personally observe?
Her lip was still kind of swollen.
No further questions.
Ms. Rios or Ms. Feely, any questions for Carmen McCrary? All right. Any questions from the jurors? All right. Thank you, Ms. McCrary, for being here.
You're welcome.
Oh, we do have questions. I'm sorry, not rushing anyone. Not quite, Ms. McCrary. Thank you. Council, let's step outside for a quick second, please. So I got a few questions for you. Did your brother Anthony, do you call him Anthony or AJ?
AJ.
AJ, did your brother AJ ever go out of the bedroom you were in to go unlock the front door? We're talking about the night this happened, not ever since you've known him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you remember when that happened in connection with all the things you've described seeing and hearing? Was it after the gun went off, before the gun went off?
After the gun went off.
Okay. Had you ever been with your mom and Mr. Lawson when they argued like they were arguing the night that we've been talking about? I don't mean where you ended up seeing the things you saw that you just talked about, but where voices were raised, they were using words you might not use at school, et cetera. Had something like that ever happened in your presence before?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Beza, do you have any follow-up based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rios or Ms. Feely? Okay. Now you can go. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, in speaking with the lawyers about your questions, I also asked about schedule, and we are going to stop for the day. The state has, I think, just 2 more witnesses. My microphone's grabbing so much. Only 2 more witnesses, so we're very much on schedule. I suspect we'll get through both of the state's witnesses tomorrow morning. And then if nothing changes, and as I said, trials are dynamic, the state will rest, and then we'll see if the defense is going to put anything on. No burden on the defense. They may call no witnesses. They may call 100 witnesses. That's up to them. We'll know that after the state rests. And I share that with you just to know, for you to know, it's possible you might begin your deliberations tomorrow. There's still a bunch of moving parts, closing arguments. Can take a while. I have to charge you, give you the law. That doesn't take so long. But depending on how long the defense case is, if there is a defense case, it may be that you actually start your deliberations on Wednesday, tomorrow, rather than Thursday. So we're making good progress here. We cannot start tomorrow until all 14 of you are here. The plan is to try to start as close to 9 a.m. as we can, unless, because now we know we're making good progress. If you know, because of your commute or things you have to do in the morning, if we had a 9:30 start time, that makes it easier for you to get here. There's some folks for whom that makes it worse because of the traffic patterns, but my preference would be to stick with 9. But if what you experienced yesterday and today makes you think, if you could make it 9:30, I know I'll be on time, as opposed to having to try to break land speed records. Anyone not okay with a 9 a.m. start? That's our plan. This will be your first night where you go home and you've learned a lot about the case, because you've heard from a bunch of witnesses. Very important that you follow the 2 rules of no outside research and don't engage with other people about this. What was your day like? It was good, it was bad, leave it at that. When the trial's over, you'll be free to engage with others and give them your perspective, seek their perspective. What would you have done? What do you think about this? This is the wrong time to do that tonight and say, oh, I'm stuck. I heard one witness say this thing and another say that. How would you resolve it? You, as the jurors in this case, will work through that, and not with help from a roommate or a boyfriend or a girlfriend, or you call your mom, Mom, help me with this. Don't do that. Focus on other things tonight. Any logistical questions from any of you? Make sure you take your notepads into the jury room, leave them in the jury room, and we will see you all tomorrow as close to 9 as we can make it. Thank you for your attention today.
All right, adjourned. Good morning. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
All right, you all can be seated. I will change the camera. Send all 4 of you a copy of the draft jury charge, and we will figure out a time tomorrow to talk about that. And otherwise, I think, I need to talk to Mr. Lawson in just a moment about something. But otherwise, I think we're good to go. You just need to have your 2 witnesses ready in the morning. The questions for the Lieutenant Dickerson, I know I had said, if I'm not going to ask something, I'll let you guys know, but we were having good flow. And so I just want to let you know they're all part of what will be Court's Exhibit 1. But there were a few questions that I didn't ask him that the jurors had. One was, does the blood in the master bedroom match the hallway? That was a follow-on to, did you test the blood and what were the results? Another was, why wasn't Mr. Lawson questioned? Is it normal not to question both parties? I had no idea if he was questioned, but we weren't going to open the door to, he invoked his right to silence or anything like that. So we stayed away from that. And then the last one was, have you been called out to that address before for domestic violence issues? Oh, and one more. Could the defect in the TV stand have come from the shot to the leg? That would have been speculative. So it's an interesting theory. You're all free to argue that, but I wasn't going to ask Lieutenant that. Ms. Beza, anything we need to cover from the state side?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lawson, when the state rests, which will be sometime tomorrow, I'm going to have a conversation with you on the record with your lawyers present and the prosecutors present about whether you want to testify. I'm going to tell you that you have an absolute right to testify, but you also have a continuing right to remain silent. I won't be asking Ms. Rios, do you think he should testify or anything like that? I'll be asking you directly, and you'll need to let me know whether you're going to testify or not. I'm sharing this with you now because I want you to continue to think about it. And if you need to talk with people about it, you should do that, because an answer that won't work tomorrow, if I ask you if you're going to testify, is I don't know, I need more time to think about it. You've had lots of time to think about it. You have now more. But the answer will either be yes, I'm going to, or no, I'm not. If you do testify, and I'll tell you this again tomorrow, not only do you answer what are generally the easier questions from your lawyer, but you have to answer all the questions that are legally proper from the prosecutor. You don't get to say, I take the fifth. That's not what a defendant gets to do if he chooses to testify. If you choose not to testify, I will tell the jury as part of my instructions that they should draw no inference hurtful or harmful from the fact that you didn't testify. There's no burden on the defense. And so you don't owe anyone anything in terms of talking about things. We're not going to talk about it anymore today. I'm just putting you on notice that sometime tomorrow morning, we will have to have that conversation on the record. Okay? Great. Ms. Rios, anything else from the defense? Okay, I'll get you all that draft charge. You should do your best to look it over. I know you're juggling 9 million other things in connection with the trial, but that way we can work through if I left something out that you think should be in there, or if there's something in there that you think should come out. Thank you, everyone, for your time, and Ms. Beza and Ms. Crutchfield for having all those witnesses ready to go today.